Alright, Cole. How's it going, man? How y'all doing? What's good? I'm kind of adding in. If you're not sure what I'm doing, I'm listing all of the key talents and spells that each spec is getting, right? So that we can like visually see what power that different specs are actually realistically getting, you know? Powerful talents, powerful spells, you know, hitting good breakpoints, that kind of thing. We'll be able to visually see it. Some classes are going to get more than others. Some classes are going to have awkward talent builds, like Disc, where you can't really get the last talent. So it's going to be interesting to see whether or not they put, you know, some rune power on those last tier talents to give them a little bit more allure, I guess. I'm not going to put predictions in yet. I'm going to look at all of the different spells first. Something in my eye. Hmm. Hey, Noobsy, man. How you doing, bro? Just trying to think. Talent calculator, druid. Do I? Yeah, let's do talents first. Screw it. So, you know, I'll keep it separate. Justice for Shadow Meld. Nah, mate, Shadow Meld is staying firmly in the bin, bro. It ain't coming out. So what have we got first? Feral. So what's good that Feral actually gets? What are the key things that Feral gets? Is Leader of the Pack really that good? You got Heart of the Wild. Just a bunch more stats, really. I mean, is this really good? That good? 4% int. In addition, while in bear form or dire bear form, you get more stamina. While in cat form, you get strength. Do ferals want strength? I thought ferals wanted agility. Yeah, Fairy Fire Feral. Blood Frenzy. You'll get improved shred. I think that's big. Primal Fury is kind of whatever. It's just like the spec. You just can just get more stuff, right? I guess. Leader of the Pack is just 3% crit. I mean, that doesn't seem that significant, right? I think the fact that you can run 5 Furrow is kind of a big deal, right? Do you go Ferocity? And then Brutal Impact? I imagine. Shadow's definitely coming online, man. The talents don't look that good. It's more just the fact that you can get, like, Furrow with the bear charge, right? Crit chance while in bear, diaphragm, or... I mean, you gotta get that, right? Blood Frenzy. Definitely get feral. Feline Swiftness. Do you go for Omen of Clarity? Claw, Rake, Maul, and Swipe. It's not great, is it? Probably Fairy Fire Feral. Increase melee attack power in cat, bear, and dire bear forms by 50% of your level, so 20. 100% of your level, so yeah. That's actually pretty good. That's like 60 attack power. This is level 38, right? Already. So, like... if you want Omen of Clarity... you need to drop a lot of good shit here, right? Which is a bit unfortunate. Like, how much realistically can you drop? This is 49, so you need to drop 9 points. So would you have to drop Furrow? Like, there's no way you can drop Imp Shred, surely. I feel like Shred's like your main boy. Have I been out and had a coffee in a cafe today? I have not, mate. I mean, yeah. I mean... it's a bit of an awkward build, right? Because you want Furrow, you want Omen of Clarity, and then you want Imp Shred. You can't get all of them. So you're kind of RNGing on the Furrow. It's not that nice, is it? Combat talent-wise, there's nothing like really that stands out. It's more just the fact that you can get more stuff. Maybe Imp Shred. Imp Shred can go on there. But it's more just like you could get a lot of this stuff anyway. I went Shadow Priest after watching your recent video and it's good fun. Yeah, Priest is big damn right now. As long as you don't get baited into Mind Flay. Alright, let's check out Balance. What's Balance got? I think Balance is going to pump, actually. I wonder if this is the play. Probably, right? $42. We got 2 points too many. What can we drop? There's mana cost, but I think mana cost should be alright because Star Surge is so cheap. You have Mangle as well. So you think you can drop Imp Shred and just like mangle people? Maybe it's got to be this, right? 41. Or we have a point extra. What do I have? I've got to drop a point somewhere. Is it just here? Probably, right? If you want this and this. Maybe a point out of Vengeance, but I feel like Vengeance is better than Moon Fury. Yeah, dump Shred and take more combo points on crit. What, this one? But then you can't... The point is, right, that you need to drop more out of this tier so that you can keep Furor and Omen of Clarity. Because Furor is needed to bear charge people, right? You swap, you keep 10 rage, and then you can bear charge. That's like the thing. Because then you don't have to run any kind of other kick. Which is kind of a big thing. Moonkin form, obviously, the key one here. But I also think the other big ones are Vengeance and Improved Starfire are both pretty big deals, I think. Nature's Grace is kind of whatever. And then extra damage on Star Surge. So I'm putting Vengeance over here. Sorry. And Improved Starfire. I think they're both going to be pretty big deals. We'll check the spells now as well. Can easily check it on Druid. What's up, Sinostra? What did you miss? Not a lot. Abolish Poison. Decent. There's Innovate at level 40. I mean, that's going straight on there. On all specs. That's a big deal. What's Training is the add-on runk. What's Training? Like your training abilities, right? Rebirth, rank 3. This is the 40 stuff. My belly's going 8. Prowl, rank 2, 35% move speed. Is that... How is Prowl rank 1 faster move speed? Oh, it reduces your move speed, okay. So Prowl rank 2 is like a little bit less move speed reduction. Thanks, Canley. Travel form. Where's that one? What level? Here we go. 30. That's definitely going on. DP. What other big spells are there? stuff around 40. We've got Rejuve at 40. Let's put that in Resto. I'll put the level that we get it as well. We get Wrath at 38. So that's pretty relevant for balance, I'd say. Shred at 38. That's pretty big. Is Dire Bear different from Bear form? Like, does it just make Bear form better? It's not like a different thing. It's just Bear form, basically. I mean, I think they all benefit from that, then. Maybe not balance, because you'd be running Boomkin form anyway. But Resto and Feral probably benefit from that. So we've got Boomkin form here. Bite, rank 2. That's Feral. Druid's got quite nice breakpoints on the ranks. So what have we got? We've got Rejuve is big. Moonfire at 40 as well. I mean, that's got to go on, surely. That's a big deal. But like, I don't think they're there. I don't think that's big enough to qualify for the other specs, right? Pounce for Feral. Where's that? What level? Rip at 36. That's probably good. Feral's using Tiger's Fury at the moment, or not really? Pounce. It's shit. Okay. I think I'm going to put Rip on there. Like, Feral gets a lot from abilities. They don't get that much in the way of talents, but their abilities are pretty nice. Like, they get a lot of nice breakpoints, 36 onwards. You get your Rip, Claw as well. Do Ferals even use Claw that much, actually? I feel like they use Claw a bit for combo building. Or is Shred just straight up better? Or do you just Mangle? Mangle replaces Claw, as in, like, completely replaces the ability, or it's just, like, just better rotationally? Mangle spam, Shred on Omen of Clarity procs. Right, okay. Is there anything else that we've really missed? Nothing major. It's just earlier ranks of stuff we've already covered. The big AoE DPS for me. I mean, it's just nice for them to have for PvE, right? But, I mean, we're not really considering it when it comes to PvP. I don't think it's going to be something you're really going to be pressing. So, yeah, that's Druid. In terms of, like, the spells they're getting. Rip, Pounce, Bite, Dire Bear form, which is good for both Resto and Thingy. Rejuve, pretty nice for Resto. Does Resto get a good regrowth rank, actually? Regrowth at 36. I might put that on as well. That's not too bad. It also gets... Healing Touch at 38. But I feel like you're not casting Healing Touch that much as Resto, right? Maybe like an NS. Do you even get NS? Yeah, you'll probably have NS. So the Healing Touch is probably relevant. You use Healing Touch from Wrath proc. It's a shame that the Wrath proc doesn't make the Healing Touch free, honestly. I might put Wrath on here as well, then. On Resto. If you're using the Wrath rune. Tranquility. You gonna really use Tranquility in PvP? I'm not sure. It's a lot of mana. And it's group only. I feel like it's a dedge. But yeah, let's look at talents. So that's the Moonkin talents. I think Vengeance, Imp, Starfire are like the main ones. Obviously, this is nice, but I don't think it's like so strong that we're gonna... that it's like a notable talent. Maybe it's okay. I'm just gonna put it on Moon Fury. Moon Fury is just base damage increase. It has no scaling. Right, okay. Hey, Bassie. How's it going, man? Yeah, I mean, any more damage on Starfire is good stuff, right? So... Right, Resto, we haven't really looked at talents yet. So let's do like a rough Resto spec. Like, think about how this is going to look. Furrow is kind of nice. But, like, question is, right? Do you want to go Feral Charge and Feline Swiftness? Or do you want to go for Swiftmend? I feel like Swiftmend's going to be decent. I feel like Swiftmend just wins. Let's just see. Let's see what we get up to. Because we don't want to go Furrow for no reason. Right, if we're not taking anything in Feral, it's pretty pointless. I mean, this is sucky, isn't it? Maybe this is good for regrowth. 70% interruption avoidance. Bit of mana. Oh man, the early resto talents are a fucking shit show, aren't they? If you don't go for Furrow. If you're resto, you'll be using travel form, not cat. Yeah, true. True. What do you lose by going Scarbash? Isn't it on the Bloom one? I think it might be on Bloom. I mean, you might as well take Insect Swarm, right? You have 1 point. Oh, this is absolutely horrible talent tree, man. I mean, you might as well put Furrow at this point. Reduces mana cost of Healing Touch, which you have to get. Rejuve. I feel like the Rejuve thing is only going to be the base healing, right? Crit chance and regrowth. Tranquility, NS. Oh, we have to get this for NS. Okay. Just realized. Okay. So we can ditch a bunch of other crap. I feel like Emperor Growth is crazy good, actually. Crit chance by 50%. Is that worth trying to get? 10% of healing is pretty good. Man, the Resto talent tree is a fucking shit show, isn't it? Jesus. Absolute shit show of a talent tree. Who came up with this? I mean, this is a thing, right? Do you want to go for Swiftman or not? to get Imp Wrath. Yeah, I don't know, man. Swiftman might not be the play, which means you just ditch all this stuff. So what can we actually get away with? We need 2 more points to get an S. I mean, I feel like 5 in Wrath is pretty good. Shape shifting mana cost. Nature's Grasp. The thing is, you could also go for like Feral Charge, right? That could be nice as well. But you don't have that many points, so it depends if you want to use Wrath or not. If you don't use Wrath, you could realistically get Feral Charge, right? Like you have a lot of points available then. Right, you could do that. And you got 2 points left. But then you can't get NS. So that might just not be a thing. I think NS is important. So I think that's not gonna happen. Maybe you get Bash. We want 2 points in, I guess, this. Just a bit of mana cost reduction. Everything else kind of sucks. I guess you could put 2 in Imp Growth. Or like 1 in Insect Swarm. 1 in Imp Growth. Nature's Focus doesn't seem needed. At 60, what was the PvP tier list in Classic Era / Some? No idea, mate. Didn't really play it that much. I'm guessing if this is the same as Imp Renew, then it's gonna suck. It's just gonna be the base healing, right? And it won't scale with bonus healing. But maybe this is good, right? Increase the effective all healing. Like if you can actually make Life Bloom good with like a load of bonus healing, it's kind of big, right? I mean, this is probably not worth it. Something like this, probably good. Being able to shapeshift cheaper. You have the extra dot, even though the dot is not a lot of damage, to be fair. Alright, Peros, thanks for the T1, mate. Is Nature's Grasp worth it on its own? I think it's alright. Like, it's a lot of points extra just to make it, like, root. It stays up. 5 out of 5 mark. Probably ditch it. What can we go instead? And the thing is, Furrow is kind of useless. Like, what are you going to do with Furrow? You get 10 rage, and then for what? Can you bash? Yeah, but you can't charge. We haven't taken charge. I guess you can bash. That's it. 3 in this, 1 in this. So now we've got 1 point left to go somewhere. Yeah, Imp Mark's definitely not good. I don't even know why I had points in it. I mean, you might as well put 1, right? And then mana cost on Healing Touch could be good. If you're wrathing a lot, you get procs, you get cheaper things, but it's only 10% for 5 points. But the thing is, I think this sucks. I think this is legit really bad. So we can do that. Required level 39. So we've got 1 point left, which I guess you would put there. Other option is you take these 3 out and this one, and you put 4 into the Gift of Nature for more healing. I kind of like this talent, honestly. Like, you don't really need to go further. Okay, Swiftman's nice, but what do we think, boys? Do we think the shape shifting and extra Nature's Grasp chance versus like 8% more healing or whatever it is? Yeah, 8% more healing. I'm gonna get a glass of water in a sec. Will Shadow be good DPS with full Shadow Tree? Yeah. Will there be Arena in Phase 2? Doubt it. I think this is nice. I think this is good. Hold tight. Just gonna get a glass of water. Oh, sorry if I'm a bit fried, boys. I've had like 2 hours sleep last night. How much is it like rage is it to use bash? Is it worth a point in this so that you if is it 15 rage to bash? 10? I mean that's then you have furrow anyway, right? So you don't need the enrage. So NS is probably the main one, right? Like whatever what else is like super noteworthy really for rest though? Like a bit more healing. Reflection maybe, some more mana. I'd say that's decent. If it was a priest talent, I'd consider it decent. Alright, guide. Gift of Nature for some more healing, maybe. I don't know. I don't think anything else really is like that noteworthy. Swift Mend you just don't really get. I don't know, man. It's like it's Imp Wrath and Nature's Grasp really worth it over Swiftmend. Swiftmend, I feel like it's a kind of big deal. I'm gonna put it on here. Just even if you don't take it, it's a talent of note, right? Such a weird talent tree, man. Right, whatever. Next up, Paladin. Talents for Ret. So what spec is a Ret likely to go for PvP? Reduce mana cost of Judge or more attack power? Probably this, right? If another good chest rune comes out, then you drop Wrath for Swiftmend for sure. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. We don't really know. Are we going to get new runes in the current slots? Who knows? Would make it interesting, but I feel like they would need to rebalance the current runes as well. Because a lot of the current runes are already in, like trash tier, right? How do we check spells paladins get in P2? I'll make one in a sec. What do paladins run for PvP? Do they just go Might Benediction? Anyone know? Azret? Or do they go like Imp Judgment? I would say Imp Judgment. I've got Benediction. I'm just wondering what to go next. I've got 3 points left. But I don't play Ret, so I don't know for sure. Imp Judge Parry. Is Imp Might that bad? I guess it's only 20% for 5 points. Pursuit of Justice is good, right? Until they get move speed on boots. Are we gonna get move speed on boots less phase? We're not sure, right? It depends on the level of enchanting we get up to. If we get 225, we can get it, I swear. Vindication gives the paladin's damaging melee attacks a chance to reduce the target strength and agility by 5% for 10 seconds. It's gonna be probably this. AB boots have move speed. Okay, that's interesting. Increases damage done by Ret Aura. All spell criticals against you cause 15% of the damage taken to the caster as well. The damage caused by Ivan and I will not exceed 50% of the paladin's total health. Is that good? I feel like that's not too bad. But like what else would you even take? I feel like that's decent. Increases damage you deal with 200 weapons. Probably is an easy take. Sanctity Aura. We have 1 point left, or 2 points left that we need to assign. Gives you a 3% bonus to physical and holy damage you deal for 8 seconds after dealing a critical strike from a weapon swing, spell, or ability. That's like another one of those talents that's like super unfortunate because it relies on crit, right? Which is like, if there's going to be more things like the Warsong Helm, Crit is reduced a lot. I don't know how much Paladins crit. I mean, you want Repent, right? I think there's no way you don't go for Repent. What else would you even go for? Like Kings? Strength in Holy Tree. You could play like Seal of Righteousness with the Seal of Righteousness, but I feel like I see most Palas running Seal of Command. Ah, the Shocker didn't play, dude. Oh man, I don't know. It's hard like looking at specs of classes you don't play and trying to figure them out. Yeah, Reckoning is a bit of a trek down here. What aura do Rets run? Actually, I don't think I see them run Sanctity aura at least. I guess it doesn't matter at the moment, but Peter the Great, thank you for the 17 months. Appreciate the prime, my boy. Thank you. They have a new rune aura. Do they? I don't fucking know. What, this Horn of Lordaeron shit? That's not an aura though, is it? And I'm pretty sure no one runs that shit, right? Everyone's running Divine Storm. They run like this. I feel like this is the standard ret runes. They have the tremor. Yeah, but where is it here? Like, are you really? I don't know. I just haven't seen any pallets running this instead of Avenger Shield. I guess you can potentially swap to it. I wonder if it puts you in combat when it dispels. If it doesn't, then you could just switch to it out of combat if people get feared, and then switch to Avenger Shield whenever you need to like push in and do stuff. But yeah, I haven't really seen anyone running that shit. I mean, you don't go in combat, right, and play without Avenger Shield. But it's like if this doesn't put you in combat, this one, then if you're out of combat and people on your team get feared, you just whip that on, right? And then as you're pushing in and you need to use Avenger Shield, you just swap Avenger Shield back on, right? You just have two items, so you can insta swap. So you might just get some free dispel value. But that's why I'm asking. If this doesn't put you in combat, you can do that. If it puts you in combat, then you can't. Then you just run Avenger Shield the whole time. Yeah, Sanctity might be the play. With all the other holy damage you've got. I feel like Vindication's a twitch.tv/who cares. Probably be something like this, right? %15 bonus to physical unholy damage you deal for 8 seconds after dealing a crit with something. I mean, it's not terrible, right? But it's like you just can't really get it reliably in PvP. Don't know. Maybe it'll be up enough. I'm gonna put it on the list. I think Repent, Vengeance. I think two-handed spec is decent enough. 6% damage. Oops. It's decent. Sanctity Aura, Eye for an Eye. Is Sanctity Aura like that noteworthy? 10% holy damage. I think I'm gonna leave it off. It's kind of like, eh. What spells or palettes getting? Wait, I need to log on my other account. Hold on.
The stoic dwarves of Ironforge.
Okay. So what are palettes getting from 25 to 40? Let's see. Blessing of Salve. Who cares? Seal of Righteousness, Exorcism, Shadow Resora. I think that's noteworthy. Hey, Meister. The fact that they can resist some shadow spells is pretty nice. I'm going to put that in all of them, because I think that's noteworthy in general. What else have we got? Frost Resora, is that noteworthy? Probably, right? I guess it's nice into Frost Mages, but I feel like the Shadow Res one is a much bigger deal than the Frost Res. Divine Shield, that's pretty big. How much better is that than their current little shitty one, Divine Protection? Wait. Oh, so you can actually attack in Divine Shield. That's the difference. You get this at level 6, man. What? That's nutty. Why the fuck could you get that shit so early? They must really think little of Pala players, man. What the fuck? Yeah, so your bubble, your thing lasts long enough for you to half. So what other noteworthy spells are they getting? Holy Light. Well, we're doing just rare at the moment. We'll do thingy in a minute. Shadow Res Aura, rank 2. So that's 45 Shadow Res they'll have. Plate. I've got to put plate in, surely. I mean, there's not that much that they get, right? Cleanse at 42 is pretty tragic. But yeah, Palas aren't realistically getting that much. Hodge is, I guess, a big deal. Because it'll be a longer duration Hodge. So that's definitely a thing for all of the specs. Hammer of Wrath as well on Loco. 44. Holy Light 30. Flash of Light 34. Holy Light. Anything around 40? Holy Light at 38. I might put that for Holy. I don't know if we put that in for Ret. Do Rets care about Holy Light? A little bit, I feel like. It's probably worth putting on there. Flash of Light is 34, so that's a bit shit. That's not really a noteworthy late break point. So I think that will do. What holy talents now? Do we have any notable holy talents that they get? Will Holy Palace go down for Holy Shock, or will they like stop at Divine Favor? What are we thinking? Wisdom Seal. What level was that? Seal of Wisdom. Is that even used in PvE though? In PvP. We don't care. The whole thing is not about PvE, right? The whole thing's about PvP, so we're not really taking PvE into account. I mean, you will probably judge wisdom at some point in PvP, right? To get mana back, but is that really such a game-breaking thing that's going to make or break the spec? Probably not. Is that going to be the thing that pushes something from one tier into the next? Probably not. So I'm going to just leave that for now. We'll do a Holy Pala build. Probably this one, right? Makes sense. Alright, healed by Holy Light and Flash of Light. Yep. Chance to resist Fear and Disorient. Yep. Consecrate's kind of nice. Illumination's nice, isn't it? And then Divine Favor. Duration of Judgment of Light and Judgment of Wisdom. Don't really care about it. So we kind of need to put some points somewhere now. So Judgment duration is kind of air, isn't it? We want this to get people out. We can use rank 1. That's good. 2 points in this. What have we got left? 1 point somewhere. Cooldown of Lay of Hands is reduced. It's kind of nice, to be fair. What is it? Makes it 40 minutes. I think arguably that's better than the Wisdom. I don't think that's bad at all. Okay, it's a long ass cooldown, but it's like when you can use it, it's pretty OP. And then crit, and then shock, right? What? Okay, so arguably we could just say, okay, go down to Divine Favor and go something else. What even would you go for? Kings? If you get Kings, you can't get Divine Favor. That's the thing. So you think the shock is not the play? Chance to hit. That's holy? Do you really melee that much as holy? Does it work on your Hodge? I feel like it doesn't work on Hodge. If it worked on Hodge, it'd be amazing. It does not work on Hodge. That's tragic, man. It would definitely be worth it if it did. The thing is Kings better than this and this? Imp Hodge isn't that big of a deal, right? 15 seconds off the cooldown. And how do you get there? That's the question. You're definitely going one-hand shield, right? So you'd be a lot tankier. Yeah, hunters have a lion and doesn't stack with lion. Everyone's running lion. It makes kings a lot less valuable. Cooldown of of bop and freedom. I just think these are better, right? Paladins need all the help they can get with healing at the moment, so I think this is the play. So this is pretty good. We can already get all this stuff, right? So this is pretty good. This is pretty good. This is pretty good. And this is pretty good, right? They're getting a lot more crit. So yeah, I think that's decent, man. What is wrong with me? Divine Favor, Holy Power, and Holy Shock. Am I uploading the spreadsheet somewhere? No, I'm just going to use the spreadsheet to try and gauge whether or not any of the specs are like, you know, getting a chunky amount of stuff, right? Tiny Kitten. Yeah, I imagine they changed the hit talent to include Hodge at some point. What's Tiny Kitten up to? He's sleeping next to my keyboard. Brackets on my keyboard. Okay, Prot. Is anyone realistically going to run this shit? Again, this is all just, you know, take it with a pinch of salt because it will massively come down to what the runes are. But assuming no runes get added at 40, obviously some will be, but we don't know what they are, right? So the only thing we can assume is that none are getting. If we want to make predictions, that we assume no runes are coming in, or we try and guess some of the runes that are coming in, but this is less reliable, right? So we basically make predictions on how classes are going to gain or lose power based on the stuff that they're going to be getting from their talents and spells at those levels, which is what we're doing now, right? We're putting in the talents and spells for each spec. And yeah, we'll see. So yeah, we didn't rank Prot anywhere. But this is the thing. Maybe Prot actually becomes relevant. I don't know how good like Holy Shield is. Like if you're just an annoying fucker that just blocks everything. Increases the effect of your conch aura by an additional 5% and gives all group members affected by the aura an additional 5% to resist silence and interrupts. Okay, it's pretty nice, I think. Blessing of Sanctuary. Reducing damage dealt from all sources by up to 10 for 5 minutes. Probably good. Like, you never know, right? Like, prot might just be randomly fucking OP with, like, Reckoning and all this other crap. This is the thing, right? If they get some runes that just happen, like, it'll probably be like, they'll get a rune that is not intended to be good for PvP, right? And it's like intended for PvE, but it ends up making them like do good damage in PvP. It'll be like some super obnoxious thing that you can use with a one-hander, right? And then you'll just end up with like Preg Palas or something. They're just jumping about, tanky as fuck, getting Reckoning stacks, bashing people's heads in. You know, it'll be like a rune and it's like, yeah, your Holy Shield now works on spells or something as well. Just something stupid like that. When you block, you get Avenger Shield cooldown back or something dumb. The thing is, they need to... I don't know how they're going to do... Like, whether they'll do runes that interact with other runes. Because if you don't take the other rune, then that interaction is now useless. But, you know, maybe they're intending for there to be some kind of rune combos, potentially. I don't know. That's something that is very, like... Could go either way, right? In terms of their design and their decision making. We don't really know what they're planning on doing in that sort of aspect. This spec is definitely balked, but yeah. 100 spec isn't really noteworthy. Reckoning, I guess, is decent. Imp Hodge is decent. Imp Hodge. I think you definitely want the Imp Conk or a 3 out of 3. That could be nice. Like, imagine running this shit and your team are just like resisting all of the silences and stuff. I'm gonna put it in. Tank it and be careful, mate. Just put it in. It's okay. I don't think there's anything else that noteworthy here. Sank and Holy Shield are kind of air. Tanikin, you need to sit back, mate. I swear he's like trying to encroach on my keyboard. Come on, let's rotate you around a little bit. There you go. I know, you're very sleepy. Tiny Kitten Cam when? Soon. I'm getting a new desk soon because my current desk is falling apart. So it's going to be new. Like, my screens are like sagging forward and all sorts. They're like on a single desk clamp. So I'm going to fucking have each screen on its own clamp that's screwed to the wall. New desk. New setup. It's going to be great. Probably get a new mic as well, because this shit's fucking... I don't even want to touch it, because it's going to fall apart. Like, real talk. Okay, Shaman. Let's do Shaman next. Let's log on this one. Create new character. Orc. Or Tauren. Orc or Tauren for my Sham, boys. What do we think? Orc. Orc is like nice, right? But also the like killing people in a war stomp is fucking banter. I mean, they both have merits, right? So it's a tricky one. Stun resist is way more banter. Yeah, I mean, stun resist is more overall solid, I would say. Whereas Tauren is like more like giga play, right? Stun resist makes PS Hero Till. That's worth it. He's not Alliance on Living Flame, though. Yeah, but Tauren's bugged for Shamans as well as Warriors. Tauren Warriors have this passive fucking hidden racial of just randomly doing more damage for no fucking reason. There's like no documented reason, but I swear I swear to God, every Tauren Warrior just one-shots me in every version of the game. Doesn't matter how low rated they are. Oh fuck man, I kinda wanna do Tauren, but my heart says I should do Orc. NT Mutant with a 3-stream streak, mate. Nice one. What spec would I play? Ellie. Rome Boy's already human priest. You've memed enough. Rome Yo-Yo ain't finished yet, bro. It's gotta be Orc, hasn't it? Fuck, man, it hurts. I want both. Can I be Orc with War Stomp? Really, low brain is taken. Brainlet is taken. A lot of people have already made Shamans, man. Brainiac. Bob is taken. Dude, imagine if Bob wasn't taken. Tauren the Orc Blood Fury only applies to attack power. I don't know about that one, bro. You're not going Orc for that shit. You go an Orc for stun resist. Got him. Got him. I should have done High Man, shouldn't I? Should I bring High Man back? I kind of like the JK resist, but I do need to reserve High Man. Nah, it's not gone, dude. Who the fuck would, in their right mind, would take High Man? How am I not logging out? And like at the end of the day, who wants a fucking character called High Man on their character fucking list, mate? Cringe. Someone took it. You're a fucking loser. All right, we're going with JK Resist. I need to log on. Oh, fucking get off my screen, man. Five gifted and I let High Man go. You need to send the gifts, bro, and then delete it. Otherwise, you have to have that shit on your account forever. I will not allow you to delete it. You're cursed with it. Right. Let's have a look at shamans. What am I doing? We'll start with Ellie. And we'll start with talents. So what talents are Ellie going to go? I mean, there's no way they don't... There's no way they go ES, NS, right? They definitely go for EM. Surely. So we don't have to worry about that. EM is way too good to take anything else, so we only care about this tree. There's no way they're going to go anything in here. Increased damage of bolt, chain lightning, and shock is a no-brainer. Tetrahydro with the 2 months. Thank you, man. Thank you, thank you. And it's probably going to be reduces the mana cost, right, as well. I can't see what else you would take. You could go for Fire Nova Totem, is also true. Ellie Focus gives a 10% chance to get a clear casting state after casting Fire, Frost, or Nature damage spell. Hell yeah. Call of Thunder, increased critical strike of Lightning Bolt and Chain Lightning. Hell yeah. Reduces cooldown of your shock spells. This is probably a hell yeah. Reduces delay of Fire Nova Totem by 1 sec. Decreases the threat. Gives you a 33% chance to gain focus casting the last 6 sec after being a victim of a crit. So this is literally just martyrdom. Your offensive spell crits will increase your chance to get a crit with melee attacks. Don't really need that. Unless you're playing some weird build. So probably Reverberation. Increase range. Yep. Increase crit chance damage of Searing, Magma, and Fire Nova Totems. And your Fire, Frost, and Nature spells. That's fucking nuts for 1 point, by the way. What the fuck? Just increase crit damage bonus of everything by 100% 1 point. Isn't the Boomy one like 5 points for that shit? What the fuck, dude? What's the Boomy one, dude? Look, the Boomy one is here, right? Increase the crit damage bonus. It's only Starfire, Moonfire, and Wrath. And it's 5 points for 100%. Meanwhile, the Eddie one, 1 point for 100%, and it's fucking everything you can possibly imagine. Yeah, it works with Star Surge as well, true. And you need 5 points in Moonfire crit. That's so fucking unreal, man. That is the most insane talent I think I've seen. That is fucking busted, bro. 1 more point in Reverberation. Okay, we got a point left. Because we're getting 5 points in this for sure, right? 1 second off Bolt and Chain Lightning. Hell yeah. So where's that point going? Maybe here. What else do you even need? You don't need this. If you're not going for totems, it's probably this, right? Because if you get a proc, that's fine. It doesn't have to proc all the time. And then you go 5 and 1. That's not a bad spec, honestly. That's the talent tree kind of works nicely for Ellie. Everything pretty much is good, right? Like, it's just so much damage in one tree. Ellie Mastery, straight on there. Lightning Mastery, straight on there. I can't type, man. I don't know what's wrong with me. Get on there. Elemental Fury, get on there. God damn it. Storm Reach, get on there. 2 talents, another 6 yards. Ellie's going to be fucking good, man, I swear. Ellie's going into the S tier prediction for me. I mean, you can get this kind of stuff anyway, right? It's just, yeah. It's all good. And then spells. Let's have a look at the spells. What do you get? At 4, you get mail. Ooh. Can I just please stop sucking? Thank you. Lightning Shield. That's relevant, right? Pretty sure Lightning Shield gets used by Ellie, right? Unless they're running Water Shield. But, like, that's a decent chunk of damage. I'm putting that on. I'm actually going to put that on for all specs, because I actually think that's going to be super annoying for some specs to deal with. You do use it, yes. I think that's super annoying. Like, the fact that you get the 40 rank from that means that it's going to be chonking. Healing Wave. I'm just going to chuck that for Resto. And I think Ellie will probably use Healing Waves as well, so I'm going to chuck it in as well. Fuck off, Enhance. Healing Stream Totem. Is that relevant? Like, does that get used that much? It seems like it doesn't heal for that much. I don't think that's going to be an Ellie thing where this is like, oh man, the Healing Stream Totem is doing too much healing. Like, I don't think that's going to be a make or breaker, but maybe for Resto, I feel like, again, like the cleansing is just stronger. Flame Shock's definitely going on there, man. Flame Shock. That's going to do busted damage, I feel like. Can you tell me the name of the add-on? Yeah, it's called What's Training. Chain Lightning. Get on there, man. Flame Shock, 40. Healing Wave, 40. Lightning Shield, 40. Shit, man. Ellie's the S tier as fuck. I'm going to put that there or no. Already no. I don't even fucking need to think about that. Bolt at 38. Oh my goodness. See, this is what I mean, right? Going through the different spells, you can instantly see this is going to be strong regardless of runes. Unless they get complete dogshit runes and everyone else is getting, like, Omega God tier. Chain Heal, that's going to be probably getting some casts in, like, Warsong and things like that. It's pretty relevant to go on there. What else? Frost Shock's at 34. So no real good shocks, actually, other than Flame Shock. Purge. I'll just put double Purge. Which is relevant for all specs, incidentally. That's a big deal. Yes. For sure. Earth Shock at 36. I think that's relevant. Because that's going to do annoying damage. Just with, you know, interrupting shit. Sentry Tome. What the fuck even is that? Allows vision of a nearby area and warns of enemies that attack it. Right click. I feel like that's Bants in Warsong, man. Send it, bro. Magma totem. Isn't this annoying as fuck for rogues? Wind wall totem. What even is this? Reducing range damage taken by 32. I don't think I've ever seen any shaman use this. Wind wall rune buffs up the fucking totem. Makes you take less damage from all sources, not just ranged. Jeez. Magma totem, I think, could go on there, right? Fire note. Oh, that's 42, man. Unlucky. Searing totem. Yeah, it's probably a big deal. Put it on there. I think that's decent for all of the specs potentially, because like you plop it down, it does decent damage. I don't think it's nothing. Okay, that's Ellie Shaman's done. That's very scary. We've got all the spells for the other specs as well in there, I believe. Actually, maybe not. Let's take a quick look. Male healing wave, we've got that on there. Yep. Healing stream totem, I don't think is noteworthy enough. Chain heals on there. Disease cleansing totem. Again, it's not noteworthy enough. Earth shock is on there. Purge double is on there. Yeah, I think we've got everything there on resto. And then last one is enhance. What's big for enhance? Wind Fury weapon? Probably, right? That's a 41 as well. Wind Fury totem. Where's that? Here, Wind Fury totem. I think I'll put that on all of them, honestly. Because that can be a pain in the ass to deal with. Just from any shaman, just putting it down. Is Grounding Totem at 30? Yeah, Grounding Totem, very good shout. Very, very good shout. That's going on all of them. Grounding Totem, pain in the ass to deal with. Anything else we missed? Not really. Is Rock Biter weapons not going to get used anymore, is it? Now Wind Fury weapons in. I don't think they stack. Reincarnation. I mean, it's kind of annoying in wild PvP, but is it worth putting on? Like, for other content, it's irrelevant in duels, right? I guess it's nice in world PvP potentially to get a cross kill. And it's alright in Warsong. So we could put Reincarnation on there. What level was it? Here, 30, Reincarnation. Man, Shamans are getting a lot. I think if Resto Shamans get Riptide, it's going to be a big deal, man. Real talk. Right, we need to do some other talents. Hold on. I might need to level a Shaman, though. Real talk. I'm going to take a piss back in a sec. Yeah, don't know. That seems quite nutty. Um, it's like the amount of good shit they get, spells, also insane talents. I think Ellie is gonna absolutely pump. So that's the first S that I'm gonna do. Have we done warlocks? No, we've done paladins, druids, priests, and we're just working through shamans now. So enhanced talents. See if they get anything good. So what spec is a PvP sham likely to go? I mean, you're getting Stormstrike, right? There's no way you're not going Stormstrike, I think. Like what other spec realistically would you go as enhanced? Potentially something with the Way of Earth rune, right? And double shocks. Just to be like an annoying fucker, but I think Stormstrike is just it's I mean, we'll do a tank spec and we'll do an offensive enhanced spec, but yeah. So if we go offensive spec, it's got to be Imp Ghostwolf. You're gonna go for this, haven't you? Two-hand switch availability with 1 point is good. Right, now what do we go for? Strength of Earth and Grace of Air totems, or Dodge, or Lightning Shield. I feel like this is a sort of personal preference one. What shield does that enhance use actually? Do they use Lightning Shield? Oh, cooldown of grounding. I didn't even see this. Yeah, good shape. That's very good. Okay, cool. 5 in flurry, standard armor values, whatever. Attack power bonus of Wind Fury totem by 15% and increases the damage caused by flame. This is very like very team helping, isn't it? Gives a chance to parry enemy melee attacks. Hell yeah. Increase melee attack power bonus of your Rockbite weapon by 7% and Wind Fury weapon. Oh man, that's nutty actually. Okay. And then I guess you're going to take this, like a point in this. Increase the damage you deal with all weapons and a Storm Strike, right? Something like that. This is like for your team. I mean, this is kind of nice if we can get 2 in it. I'm not sure how we would even go about it. What would you even drop for it? It's a tricky one. You can drop parry, but strength totem buffs the team up. This is the thing. If you're dueling or like world PvPing on your own, you don't care about these. But if you're in Warsong, then it's nice. Drop 2-hander. Isn't it nice to have a 2-hander option? Like you have the option for both now, right? Like you have some fatty 2-hander ready. If you get kited, you store up your fucking Wind Fury proc per minute. You swap to the 2-hander. You catch him. You bang him out in 1 hit. And then after you do your 1 hit, you go back to 2 1-handers. That's the Raj tech, mate. Yeah, but I mean, if you're only doing it for 1 auto, right, you can switch. It's decent. Or I guess, I don't know if you're going to recover the 30% afterwards. If you're running way. Does everyone run way is enhanced, though? That's the thing. I feel like everyone runs Lava Burst. Dual wield spec. It's definitely going to be insane with Storm Strike, actually. What the hell? I mean, there's no way when Wind Fury weapon is available that like a DPS shaman is going to run way, surely. Wouldn't you run like Sham Rage / Earth Shield? I think you run Sham Rage, honestly. You think priests will be able to swap their racials in later phases? That's what they've hinted at, yeah. I feel like Lava Burst is the best option here, just to have something from range. Maybe you could run Water Shield, but if you've got Sham Rage, you probably don't need it. I think Lava Burst is fine there. Anyway, the point being, I think Storm Strike is of note, right? That's the takeaway here. Storm Strike. What else is good? Weapon Mastery is good. Elemental Weapons seems good. A lot of extra damage on your Wind Fury. Parry, I guess. I mean, you can't complain about parrying attacks, right? Flurry is nice, but we kind of already get a point in it, so it's like... I'll just put it. It's relevant. So... This is DPS enhanced, right? I've not really included tank enhance, right? Tank enhance would be like taking more stuff in shield, potentially like toughness and stuff. I don't even know if you would go all the way down to Storm Strike. You would play like more shock related stuff, elemental warding, all that crap, right? And then you'd run like way. I don't even know what you'd run on here. Maybe Water Shield, Shield Mastery. Just all the tank shit. And then you're like flag carrying, right? Okay, Resto. Does Resto Shaman get anything good? Let's see. So, mana cost of healing spells is probably good. I don't know how much you cast Healing Wave as a Resto Shaman. This is where it kind of depends if you get Riptide, right? But I guess this is always good. Never once you're getting Chain Heal. This is probably decent. Actually, maybe we just go for mana cost again. Radius of totems that affect friendly targets is increased to 30 yards. I think that's a definite pickup. Chance to hit with melee attacks and spells by 1%. That's quite nice, right? For shocks. What in chance? So this is healing focus. 5 points. That's literally called healing focus as well. I mean, this is kind of nice, but also how much are you going to be casting while you're getting hit? Versus, like, you don't need to gear for any hit to hit your shocks now. Which I think is decent, right? Are you just going to get fucked if you don't have this? I'm just thinking, like, if I'm a shaman and I'm healing, I'm just on the back line, no one can touch me. Yeah, I guess the pets. Okay, yeah. I agree with that. I mean, we have to get this right. Critical effect chance of your healing and lightning spells. This is awkward because you don't have that many points left. We've got 16 points left. I mean, we have to go for this. We don't have a choice in that matter. Unless you don't even want Mana Tide Tome. Then you skip this, right? Save 6 points. So you could go for like this. You can do like some pumpy healing waves with this. I don't know how worth it is, but then you can go for like... This is kind of nice. That's the thing, right? 10% healing. Yeah, if we're not playing Healing Wave and we're just playing Chain Heal, I suppose we don't need this. %1 less crit is okay. So what could we even get? I mean, Imp Ghostwolf is kind of nice, I suppose. Max mana, Imp Ghostwolf, level 37 now. And then something like Shot Cost. Tiny Kitten, come on, man. Grounding CD, actually, is a good shot. I keep forgetting about this shit, man. Yeah, Grounding CD. We got 1 point left. I mean, we just chuck it there, right? That's actually pretty nice. We get mana, we get Ghost Wolf cast time, and we get Grounding. And then we've got NS. We've got crit on our heals. We've got anti-pushback. We've got totem range. And then some mana cost stuff. It's okay, we don't have everything good, but we've hit a nice few things, right? Everything is pretty useful. We haven't got really anything that's like trash tier in order to get something that's like mid tier. Yeah, 1 point ancestral is not a bad share actually for the trash buff. I don't hate that. Right, so what's the big things here? NS for sure. What else? Crit. What's it called? Tidal Mastery. I think that's decent. 5% crit. I'm gonna put Mana Tide on there, I think. And Purification. In case anyone wants to go like full resto, they're still relevant. I just want to make sure the relevant stuff is still on there. Purification. So that's the main things I would say. We already had this stuff. So yeah, the talents for resto not particularly. I mean, they're not bad, right? They're not the best, but they're not the worst. There's some talent trees that you just feel very, very awkward at 40. This definitely isn't one of those, but there's also some more things that you know, ideally it would be nice to come further down. It would be nice to get some mana cost reduction on shocks, these kind of things. But again, it will depend. I think if you are able to get Riptide, I think having this, depending on how much it heals for, having this is going to be big. And just throw out chunky Riptides is going to be a big thing. It's going to be like buff the Riptide spec, right? Same as how Balanced Druids is like buff the Star Surge. So, yeah, have to wait and see on that one. But yeah, that Shaman's done. Decent. Cool, cool, cool. Next up, Warrior. Yeah, Riptide would be very, very scary. I wouldn't be surprised if they add in Riptide. I really don't want them to because I hate Shaman playstyle with Riptide. I feel like rest of Shamans just jump about, do fuck all, press Riptide, press Healing Stream Tome, press Earth Shield, go AFK. Just generally a pain in the ass. Like, it just turns Resto Shaman into such a do-nothing spec. But I could see it happening for real. Okay, how many have we done? 1, 2, 3, 4. We're halfway. Just under. Right. Arms. So what spec is Arms Warrior going to go? Bleed damage done by Ren, deep wounds, impale. I think it's just standard, right? There's no way they don't go down to Mortal Strike. Zero chance. So how much is Heroic Strike going to be used when Mortal Strike is in? Unknown. Imp Charge is going to be insane because of the Warbringer rune. Tactical Mastery. Imp Overpower. Impale. Does anyone go Anger Management, or is it just 3 Tac Mastery and that's it? Damage with 2-handed weapons. Gotta be, surely. Sweeping Strikes you have to take. Quick Strike benefits from Heroic Costa. Yeah, but are you going to be using Quick Strike? When you have Mortal Strike, wouldn't it be better just to run the other one? You run Warbringer, and then instead of Quick Strike, you run Endless Rage, right? You generate 25% more rage. Because you can just send all your rage on, like, Hamstring, Mortal, and Whirlwind now, right? Hey, Artie. Weapon spec is just whatever the best available weapon is. Next phase, I guess that depends on... I mean, I feel like Mace Stun is super, super abusive. Like, super abusive. I feel like even if the Mace is slightly worse, you just want to be Mace spec in PvP. Like, it's not as much damage, but the control that it brings is fucking crazy, bro. Axe spec for the 5% crit. Or sword spec for the burst. I think axe spec is the most sustained damage. I think sword spec is the most burst, right? And then mace spec is the most control. Crowd pummeler with mace stun. Is crowd pummeler confirmed? Does anyone have links for it? Is that going to be the weapon to go for? So you get something like that, right? .0 speed Pendulum of Doom is going to be top damn for sure. Automatic crowd pummeler. Oh, they've buffed it, haven't they? Level 35. We don't know who it drops off. Oh. Dude, the ad just dodging me. I mean, it looks pretty good, right? I don't think Imp Challenge is better than Anger Management. It depends, right? If, like, mid-fight, you're getting charges off while in combat because of Warbringer. Kind of a big deal. How fast is the mace? Let's see. Oh, it's 2. Nah, you're not going to use this. Six rage. Increase the time required for your rage to decay while out of combat. How much does it matter, though, when you're out of combat? That's the question. Like, in world PvP and stuff, right? Being out of combat doesn't matter that much. It gives you 1 rage every 3 sec. Wait, so how does that work? Just passively, you get 1 rage every 3 sec? Oh, wow. That's fucking nutty. Yeah, I definitely want that then. So you would do it. Maybe you can drop this. I wonder if that's worth, or whether I guess it depends if you're rage starved, right? If you're not rage starved, then it's whatever. Then you just go this, right? No, this is for PvP. Everything we're doing right now is for PvP. So yeah, we could remove points in this and put it in this, arguably, if you're rage starved. But yeah. Notable stuff. Talents. Mortal Strike. I mean, I'm just going to put in weapon spec because I'm not going to put all of them. Weapon type spec. It's whichever one you pick is going to be good. Impale. And sweeping strikes. They're all decent, right? They're all notable talents. Imp hamstring. Yep, true. Truge. What's the chance on that, incidentally? 15%? Okay. Is there like any dodgy rune thing for bleeds? Enrages you and grants 20% melee damage bonus for 12 sec. So is it going to be a kind of a stack up loads of rage thing into full send with Mortal Strike gameplay? Is that going to be a thing? And just play consumed by rage? Everything else seems sucky, right? I feel like you're going to do so much damage then. It's hard to use. I mean, no doubt, right? But I guess if you looked for a spec where you could go for imp charge, use attack speed. Yeah, but you're not gonna go to. Oh well, wielding two-handed. Okay, I thought this was 2 one-handers. Yeah, no, this is probably better than. I mean, I feel like this is very, very good if you're like dueling a priest or something. You can like play this and pop a rage pot. Just build your rage ASAP and then just send through like the next 2 shields. But, I mean, this is probably more reliable, right? Frenzied Assault. Does make sense. Endless Rage just looks good overall. I guess you can swap to this to catch people. Switch it on and off. Anyway, what abilities do warriors get? Let's make a warrior. I just don't know if you're going to have enough rage to use Quick Strike. Are the new runes out for phase 2? No, we don't know yet. How much are you paying for epic staff in GDKB? I don't know. I haven't got much gold, so me personally, not a lot. Oh, I've got mail on this. Here's my bank ult. Poor is an understatement, Artie, mate. I got 14 gold on my bank ult, man. I'm rich. I got some sage fish to sell as well. Let's see if anyone wants some. I like the Undercity bank ult. I feel like it's nice and close, and there's close mailbox as well. I don't know. Have these gone down? Oh, who knows? Is this the 60 D&B mix? I actually don't know. Let me see. No, this is 107, mate. It actually just ended. Right, let's go for this one. Right, what am I doing? What the fucking about? New spells. Let's see what warriors can get after 26. So, we have Challenging Shout. Doesn't really matter for PvP. A new rank of Charge. Wait, what does the new rank of Charge give? 9 rage. Is it just more rage? 12 rage. Right, okay. Shield Wall. New rank of Overpower. Okay, so I think Shield Wall is notable. We'll put that on. I think that's relevant. Berserker Rage, get on there. That's a big deal. Whirlwind and Pummel. And Berserker Rage. Wait, I already put that on. I meant Berserker Stance. What level is Berserker Stance? Is it 30? Okay. It's not on here. And it's missing Intercept, so Intercept's going on there too. Okay. So execute. Oh, charge 46. Unlucky. Plate at 40. Does execute matter that much. I guess it's decent, right? Execute at 40. It's going to be scary if you drop low. Rend is kind of whatever, right? That's kind of the main thing then, isn't it? It's just going to be execute. Play, execute. You probably won't heroic strike that much because you're using rage elsewhere. Sunders 34. I wonder if they put in a rune that buffs slam. Instant cast slam rune. I mean, the thing is, then it's just quick strike, isn't it? Don't you have to like slam like you would multi-shot? And then it's more DPS. But I guess it's like a rage dump, right? Taste of blood, unrelenting assault. Can we kick this guy? Can we get him out of here? Any mods? Right, that'll do. I mean, this is all equally viable for both of these, right? Does proc get anything else that's noteworthy? Yeah, you can probably just quick strike, right? Surely quick strike is better than slam. It's a rage dump. I guess if you're running it. Okay. Fury talents. Ugh. It's so like painful doing talents of specs like Fury and Proc when you just know they're gonna fucking suck. I don't know. Who knows, man? Maybe they come out with some spicy runes. Cruelty. AoE effect and duration of battle shout and demo shout. Isn't this like horrendous? Like unbelievably bad. 40% chance to get an additional point of rage when you attack for 5 points. How much healing approximately percentage wise is wound poison then? For PvP you go with shout range. Okay. Oh mate, isn't this nutty? Blood craze. Wait, what's the cast time of slam? Okay, I was gonna say, can you get like an instant slam or something? 1 sec with talents. Jesus, that's so bad. What the fuck? What up, Iliwes? Your Berserker Rage ability will generate 5 rage when used. I want that. That's fucking nutty. What? What can you even drop to get that? None. Just flurry. Can you play like Fury two-hander? Is that a thing? I feel like this is just a sucky ass spec, man. This is a thing, I don't know. It's like... I mean, I guess I'll put Bloodthirst, Flurry, Imp, Intercept. The thing is, Mortal Strike is better than all of these things combined, right? Enrage. It's like, there's so much good shit down here that should just be in this tree, bro. I swear. Yeah. Don't know. It's a weird one. Fury, stay second, bro. What can you guys prot? Iron Will, so troll. Last stand, easy pick. Gives your revenge ability a 15% chance to stun, or allows your shield to block an additional attack. Let's get the stun, man. Pro OP, man. Increases disarm by 3 sec. Reduces the cost of your Sunder armor by 1 rage point. Concussion blow. Dude, you could go some spicy ass prospect with Devastate, right? Sunder armor also deals 60% weapon damage. So now you've got like some cheap as fuck Sunder armor. Increases its effective shield wall. Gives you shield bash. Onward, you the shield bash silence, bro. Gotta use a shield. Yeah, that's okay. Shield slam. I mean, can't you just do pump a dam with a spec? Or is it just really bad? About the same because Wrath fell off a lot. Alright, Tiny Blinken. How's it going? Coming in hot on the YouTube stream. What's up, boy? Sorry, I didn't see your message. I'm Theorycrafting too hard, mate. You get negative rage in prot. Yeah, I guess. It revolves around getting hit to build the raid. Ryan's mic arm sounds sketchy. Dude, it's literally on the way out. Like, it's about to fall down. I swear to God. Getting hit to build rage is weird. The thing is, they're gonna add something like intervene, right? And then, like, what if the intervene is gonna give you rage from the like damage that it absorbs or some shit? I don't know. Prot's a weird one. I don't even know what to put on the on the tree. Like, what's noteworthy? I guess shield slam, concussion blow, imp disarm, imp sunder. hate doing these specs, man. It's just like it's literally a coin flip if they add a good rune for it, you know? How you been, Tiny Blinken, mate? I don't know if you're still here. Good to see you, though, mate. It's been a while. Going prot, you sacrifice so much weapon damage. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, right? You got to do that. I mean, you're not there to kill people, right? You're there to be annoying, right? Silencing people, stunning people, zooming around, disarming people, putting up sunders, being tanky and annoying, stunning people with revenge. You know, you're not there to do damage. You're there to just be a little douche and just like be an unkillable little douche at that. Right, we go. What should we do next? Rogue, Hunter, Warlock, or Mage? I need to do some good specs, man. I can't, like... To be fair, like, getting through Warrior and Paladin was the painful ones. Everything else now is kind of decent. Warlock? I don't think Warlock's going to be that good. Let's find out. Alright, let me relog. Where's my Warlock? I've got a Warlock somewhere. Is it on the other account? I think. Yes. Mantis toboggan. Okay. What's Warlock getting? Let's have a look. 26. Curse of Tongues. Get it on there, boys. What's the percent on it? 50%. Wait, where's the next rank? You know what would make this add-on better? If you could click an ability. Right? I don't know if you... Maybe you could do it. Let's see. Curse of Tongues. If you clicked an ability, it highlighted all the other ranks of that ability. Xmas Guy, thank you for the Prime. Thank you so much. I want to see where the next rank of Tongues is, man. Is there even a Curse of Tongues rank 2? Here we go. Curse of Tongues rank 2. 60%. Bruh. Okay, we're not getting Curse of Tongues rank 2. But next tier we will. Okay, Curse of Tongues. Let's put it on the list. Let's worry. Yeah. Spells. Tongues. It's definitely going everywhere. That's the most abusive shit in the whole game. So sad they're getting that shit spell. Fuck Curse of Tongues to Oblivion and back. Okay, what else? What's noteworthy? Is Banish noteworthy? Demons and Elementals. Not really. Da 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 da. Can banish meta? Oh, not sure. Either way, it doesn't bring them up or down a tier list because they can beat themselves, right? Fell Hunter. Put it on. Spellstone. They can't get Spellstone yet, can they? Spellstone is relevant. Detect invis. That doesn't work on stealth though, does it? Drain life at 38 is big. Because they run the instant rune, right? This is big for all lock specs. Fell hunters get paranoia. What level do they get seduce? Gonna put that on all specs as well. Howl of Terror and Demon Armor rank. Demon Armor 40. Gonna make them nice and tanky. Howl of Terror. Relevant to all specs. To be honest, all lock spells are pretty much relevant to all specs. Seduce is 26. Paranoia is 42. Okay. I don't think Seduce is going to be that big of a deal now anyway, because most locks are just going to be running Fell Hunter. Spellstone doesn't get much use other than in like higher tier. Fell Hunters get devoured. Do they get CS or not? Oh, Demon, here we go. Wait, here. Oh, good shout. Okay. Spell lock 36. And a Void Sack at 40 as well. So Devour, Magic. So they got Devour Magic, Spell Lock. That's big stuff. These are very big for good players. Not sure what else really matters that much. Like the Void Sack is nice, but most people aren't going to be running Voidwalker, right? Yeah, this is the thing. Warlocks are going to be a lot stronger at 50, I think. Because they won't be able to get Imp Corruption with the Soul Link. Agony at 38 is big. It's going to do big damn. Shadow Bolt at 36. I actually think Affliction's going to be better than SL, personally. Wait, let's look at these talents from Sinostra. Dude, this is such a weird last talent. It's a lot of points on Curse of Exhaustion, but what else would you put them in? Is there even anything else? I guess you could put a point in this if you don't have any items with hit. You need 1 point, right? For the 3% hit, you have one for the boot. But you don't need more than one. Because you need 3% hit. 3% hit is cap. You could put points in demonic. This one. Yeah. I think the speed reduction on the Curse of Exhaustion reduces target's movement speed by 10%. It's not a lot, is it? If suppression works on Shadow Res, it shouldn't. It's bugged in that case. And if it does, then it means that the Priest one does as well. I believe I believe there was a patch at some point in Classic 60 that nerfed those talents, but it might have just been nerfing those talents against fucking what's it called? Against talents like the priest one. Where is it? Let me find it. So this is the same thing, right? Reduces chance to resist your shadow spells. Reduces chance to resist your affliction spells, right? Same mechanic. And at one point you could take this, right? And it would remove some of this. Suppressing is 1% per talent, not 2%, even though it says so. I don't know. I need to do some research, or I need somebody to do research whether or not this is actually reducing resist chance for pen as well, for shadow res as well. If it does, then sorry, not blackout, this. If this does reduce this, then this is definitely worth taking 5 out of 5. If it does reduce shadow res, then it's definitely worth taking 5 out of 5. Because, wait, let me find it. Here we go. So, if we assume we're level 60, right? You know what? Let's assume level 40. Makes more sense. So binary for binary spells, right? At the moment, we've got like what 40 shadow res, right? No pen. We say we got 3 hit, right? So 1% miss chance. The resist calculations, we got 40 effective resists. The resist cap at level 40 is 200, so percent of cap is 20. So the chance to get a resist on a fear at level 40 is 15%, right? You got goopy eyes, mate. The question is, like, is hit going to help with this as well? Probably not, right? So the way does it work where it looks at your talent, right? It looks at this, it calculates hit, it rolls the hit. This basically says, okay, you got 3% hit effectively, so the hit is covered. Then it rolls the resists, and it looks, okay, what resistance chance is it? 15%. You got 10% less, so now you've got 5% resist chance left. Or does it say, okay, you've got shadow focus 10%, that's 3% on the hit? You know, does it add them together? So then this is only removing 7% of the resist chance from resistances. That's what I'm wondering. With 5 out of 5 suppression, you'd have a look. Yeah, but hit doesn't work on spell pen resists, does it? That's the thing. So that's what I'm trying to figure out, how they interact. Do we know how many points we need in shadow focus of 40? This is what we're trying to figure out, MVP. Wait, let me just message someone. Yeah. I mean, if this works on Shadow Res, then it's very good if any of the items have Shadow Res on. If the items don't have Shadow Res on, then you only really need 1 point in this, right? And then boot. Let's see these talents. I mean, you definitely want at least 1 in Curse of X, I would say. Not having it at all seems troll. And I also think that, as I said, you won't need 5 out of 5 unless there's some Shadow Res on gear like there currently is. Don't Priest get Shadow Prot this coming phase? Yeah, so there's going to be Shadow Prot. I believe Priest gets Shadow Prot. Let me check. I'm pretty sure you do. %10 movement is worth it. I mean, if it means you kite somebody or catch somebody, it's pretty big. It's the kind of thing that you would use after a fear, right? And then you just kite them eternally. But yeah, you might need some more points in improved. Do we get Shadow Prot? I'm pretty sure we get Shadow Prot, right? Yeah. Shadow Protection, only rank 1, interestingly. So the Palace Shadow Prot is going to be bigger. Palace Shadow Prot, they get rank 2. Priest only get rank 1. But that's still a kind of a big deal, right? Imagine another 30 Shadow Res. I can get like, if I get the neck, I'll get another 10. I can't remember how much you can get, max. 5 from Gravestone. Yeah, and you can get 40, another 10 from neck. But yeah. Same thing with Priest, man. Like, I was thinking of running no points in this if or 1 point in it if the Shadow Res shit doesn't work, right? If it does, then you want all 5 in it for sure. No doubt about it. And then you go like something like this. You want some points in tap. It would be nice to get more points in tap if you can. Can you like greed 4 out of 5 here? Is that dumb? Because this is your, like, there's this and this and blackout, I guess, is your wiggle room. Penance can crit in every version of the game, Cranes, so it's just how it is. Would not call blackout wiggle room. I mean, you can take like 4 out of 5 blackout, right? But I personally will be running 5 out of 5. Yeah, I mean, yeah, no, for sure. It's the same logic, Moist Factory. If you're going 5 out of 5 suppression, you're definitely going 5 out of 5 shadow focus. But it all comes down to how much shadow res you're fighting against, right? But if it's like, you know, target level 40, say 30 from Shadow Prot, right? It's going to be 40 against Undeads. It's going to be 45 against Holy Palace, right? So maximum, you're going to get 17% resist, right? Against non-undead priests, it's 11%. So the Shadow Focus almost covers it, right? And then undead priest is going to be 40, so they get 15%. This is assuming no Shadow Res on gear at all. So this is like the minimum, right? If there's a bunch of Shadow Res on gear, you know, then there's like 60. You know, a Pala could get like 75 maybe. So there's 30 Shadow Res on gear and he runs Shadow Res Aura, which is 45, right? He could get 75 realistically. Now they're up to 28% resist, right? And in the bugged version of the game, that's like fucking 50%, man, I swear. You have 20 Spell Pen from Warsong Gulch, Trinket at 4. Yeah, also true. So 20. 20 will cover the 45, right? Then you shouldn't get any shadow res related resists if you've got the thingy talent and you got 1% hit. But unsure. Need to figure out how this works. If this is... So I think there will be enough shadow res in the game to warrant this. If people are running like... I mean, let's see. If people are running 30 shadow res, right? That's 4% resist, right? Then you can take this down to 4%, right? So then you have 2 more points here. And 1 here, right? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 4%. So this is how you can greed extra points in other stuff based on like how the meta looks in the game, right? You don't just blindly go 5 out of 5 if this is working on shadow res, right? But if the people are already running like 40 plus resist, you're already on 8, right? So then you'd take 2 more points in this. You'd probably go something like something like this. No. I think next raid will give something res for something else than shadow. Probably something that corresponds with the raid. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. It would be a bit weird if every phase just had loads of shadow res on it. I think they're trying to potentially like line up the resistance with the raid, but also, was BFD ever a shadow dungeon or raid or whatever? I don't think it was, right? Like there's just random void shit just turning up. Or am I wrong? Like, is every raid just gonna have void shit in now? Hold tight, chat. Void doesn't make sense in Nomergan. Because if it's void, this is going to be shadow res again, right? It was always Twilight, so it makes sense to make it shadow. Yeah. So, okay, here's the next question, right? So Paladin's arguably going to be 45 shadow res, right? So as an undead, if they run shadow res aura, okay, in a duel maybe they run shadow res aura, but in world, what are the odds that they're going to swap to shadow res? Not that high, but 10% covers it if they do, right? Priest's going to have 30. They will be buffed with it until you dispel it. That's only 4%. So not the biggest deal. If they're undead, it's 8%, right? So you still want to have some points in it. No matter what. If none of the gear has shadow res on, this is what we're thinking, right? If you're playing on Alliance, you're fighting undead priests, so you need 8%, right, for 40. If you're playing on Horde, you need enough to cover Paladins, which is 45. Right, so you either have to deal with 40 or 45, which is 8 or 9%. Now, if you run the spell pen thing, then you need less, right? Actually, no, you don't. You need more, right? You need to run the spell pen thing. This was including the spell pen, right? 20 spell pen from the trinket brings the 45 down to a 9. If you don't run the spell pen trinket, then it's like you're gonna get resists even with your 10%. So If this doesn't work on resists, then it just comes. Then you only need it for hit, right? So then you just have 1 point in it until you maybe get some more hit gear. You need 3% hit for the hit rating. This is this part. This is the resist part, right? If this works on this part, but if normally it's only we expect it to work on this part. So we assume 3% hit, right? 1% from the boots and 2% from the talent. You just assume 1 point here, right, for the 2%. Now, if you have enough gear to get the 3%, then you don't need to put any talents in this, right? And you can put 2 in this. Yeah, Priest Fear in vanilla is physical. But it's weird. It's like it does a shadow. It's a shadow spell that applies a physical debuff. Let's do the druid one. Here, look. Right, School Shadow. Where is it? Here, School Shadow. But the buff is not magic. It's not like it's a physical debuff, but it's not a magic debuff, so it's not dispellable. I don't think you can bop it, right? Anyone know if you can bop Priest Psychic Scream? Pretty sure you can't, right? In vanilla, you can't. Yeah, so it's not physical. If it was physical, you'd be able to bop it. So it's just a shadow spell that isn't magic, so you can't dispel it. It's a weird one. Okay, Jonah. Worked on some private server, but not on classic. The thing is, there's nothing on here that says it's physical, right? It's just, I guess this private server just assumed it was physical, and that's why you could bop it, right? But in the original Blizzard version, client, whatever, it just happens to be a shadow spell that you can't dispel. So yeah. Talents from Warlock. Dude, Warlock just like took a fucking 30-minute tangent. Does R2 go to magic at all? Wait, what? You can skip demo. You think Soul Link's not going to happen? At all? Rank 2, Fear. If it does more mobs, do they change it to magic? No, they don't. At least that would be fucking weird. No. No one's playing demo right now, right? Because it's like... it's scuffed. But like, what can you even get? Let's have a look. What can you get? So you can get Feldon. You couldn't get Master Summoner, right? So Feldon was useless at 25. Max health. Damage done. I mean, you might as well, right? Demonic Sacrifice. Have to take it. Probably Resistances is busted. This is such a weird fucking talent, by the way. Improved Spellstone, though. So you'd probably go something like this, right? So you don't get any damage from it. You get Soul Link, basically, making you a tanky fucker. It's just a perma 30% PS, basically, right? And then crazy resists on the pet. 40 resist on the pet. I don't know what the base resist on the pet is, but yeah. And then you also get a pet back if you want. So in Wrath, it's chance to hit, right? We can look at here. Look at the wording. Reduces the chance for your enemies to resist. Right? So if that applies to the... There's like two rolls, right? It does the hit roll, hit chance, and then it does the resistance chance. Resistance being the amount of shadow res or whatever that you've got, right? It rolls them independently, and it does the hit one first, I believe. Valheim has base 120 resist at 60. Should be 2 per level. So at 40, it's going to have 80 resist plus another 40, right? So 120 resist. I guess this is just things in the Affliction book, right, Sinostra? So yeah, here, look. Increase the chance to hit with your shadow spells. It's flat out hit in Wrath. Wonder what it is in TBC. Can you check here? It's chance to resist in TBC as well. I wonder if this actually works on resistance in TBC. It's an interesting one. Yeah. Will be fun to see Destro PvP, hoping for a little Shadow Fury. Shadow Fury is obnoxious as fuck. If they put Shadow Fury in, it needs to be a cast time. The Wrath Shadow Fury instant is like arguably the best spell in the game. It's like top 5 spells in the game in Wrath for sure. It's just like the issue. It needs to be like a half-second counter, a cast time, so that there's counter play, or like a 1-second cast time, something like that. Thanks, Artie. So yeah, this is like roughly what demo build you would play, right? Maybe like some points in Impel Funnel. Point being, it's kind of like just making you tankier. Like most of the stuff is just buffing your pet, giving you pet resistance. And it basically makes your pet tankier, resist more, do some more negligible damage, allow you to get it back once with Feldom, and then 30% perma PS, right? There's no real other things you're getting from this spec. Now, do you need this 30 PS? That's the question. And if you take it, do you have enough damage now just via runes, right? Running something like Soul Siphon and Haunt, right? And I don't even fucking know. Everlasting Affliction, I guess. I swear this rune is so bad. You could run meta, but it might even just be overkill, right? Like, I think you would still do decent damn, but the problem is you don't have Imp Corruption with this build now. So, how are you going to do damage? Siphon, Soul Siphon, Haunt, Agony. And then you try and cast a Corruption. But you're just going to be tanky as fuck, right? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you actually need the meta, right? Because the meta is only making you stronger against melee, and with the Soul Siphon, you're already causing problems. Why wouldn't you go Master Channeler? Wait, where's that? I don't even know which one that is. Chest rune. Wait, isn't this the this? Yeah, this is the one I meant. Sorry. Sorry, I saw the icon and I was like, herp derp. Yeah, no, I meant this one. Yeah, the drain life rune that makes it instant, basically. You just send this. Haunt, agony, run around, can't die because of this. I swear this is going to be annoying as fuck to face. Pet just resists everything, just whacking you all the time. The Warlock's Omega tanky, has crazy fucking regen as well. Think your HP is worth so much more when you have this, right? Because every time you're healing up damage, it's not mitigated, right? You're still healing up the same amount. Maybe, okay, a little bit less because you don't have some drain talents, right? But when you heal that health up, they have to do more damage now to get rid of that again. So... yeah, this isn't that kind of stream laptop gamer, mate. We do theory crafting and facts, not drama. I think you're good versus things that can heal themselves and basically useless otherwise. You're a boxy. I mean, this is the kind of thing where it's really hard to predict how good this is going to be without seeing what other runes there are, how much other potential damage they will have coming from runes, and sort of whether anything is going to get tuned, how the damage actually feels with the new ranks, the new gear, giving extra spell power and scaling dots. You know, all of these things come into play. No doubt you'll be tanky with this. The question is, are you going to do enough damage to out damage the other person's doing fuck all damage on you, basically? So this is a really hard one to gauge, I would say. I think Affliction is there's no doubt going to be some Affliction builds that people run. You know, you could say 5 in this for the same logic as on Priest, because we fucking don't know otherwise. Is Imp Agony any good? Anyone know? It's not good. Do you ever go Fell Concentration or not really? I guess not really. Life Tap Bis. I mean, what, 1 point in it? Something like that. Oh, you'd go like that. Because you don't get this. Something like that. And then you have 2 points in this. You've got your 5 in Suppression. How come I didn't add Mortal Strike to the war? I did, didn't I? It's there. We're at 40 points already. So, like, now you compare this to the Demonology spec, right? We have extra drain life. Right? Extra healing on that shit. Okay, that kind of offsets the fact that we're less tanky now. Not completely, but a little bit. You've got more damage and drain here. More range. You got Siphon Life for even more leeching. And it covers the drain life thingy, which is going to be a pain in the ass, but I actually think overall it's going to not be as bad, right? Because what a lock's going to have, they're going to have Haunt, Corruption, Drain Life, and Siphon Life. right? They don't have that stupid debuff that locks get in TBC, right? Do you remember the debuff they got in TBC and they would take one thing and it would cover it? So what are they going to have? They're going to have 4 magic things. Now you're going to have double the spell. So you can remove 2 things in one go. Right? So it's going to be a lot less RNG. You have a 50-50 basically of removing the drain life. Whereas right now you have a 1 in 3. You have Haunt, Corruption, Drain Life. So it's actually going to get easier next patch for you as a priest to remove this shit. Shadow's Embrace. Yeah, that's the one. They don't have that, right? It'd be interesting to see if they add a UA rune. I wouldn't count it out. I'd say it's definitely possible. But yeah, I kind of like this spec. That's a thing that's quite a decent spec for Warlocks. Yeah, Shadow's Embrace was super annoying. That shit was so toxic, man. Don't the pets have like a super hard time maintaining mana? Like, for example, if you're running Fell Hunter, does he get mana back when devouring? Oi, oi. Anders with the dono. My guy. No, I didn't even leave a message. Just donoed and dipped. Thank you, mate. Am I making a new video? Yeah, so kind of at the moment we're doing theory crafting for... We're going to do a prediction tier list without knowing what runes people are getting. Just based off looking at what, you know, what spells, what talents people are getting near the breakpoint of 40. You can see that like here. You know, how the talent spec looks, whether it's nice or whether the 40 shackles it a little bit. Devour heals in classic, doesn't give mana. So how does the Fell Hunter get mana back? Is it when you tap, does it get mana? It doesn't. Right, so if you're dueling a priest and you use Dark Pact and the Fell Hunter goes zoom, you lose, basically. Because it can't devour anymore, and if the pet can't devour, you're fucked. Like, you can just off-dot the pet at that point. Can't CS without mana, yeah. So I would say big ones are Shadow Mastery, Siphon Life. What else is big? Curse of X is big. Nightfall, it's big. On-demand pressure. Well, if you're lucky. Range, Grimreach. And then that's kind of it, right? $10 for the mental time you're putting into the shit now. I mean, hopefully we get a nice little 20k views on YouTube, mate. That's the dream. If you want to see the latest YouTube video, boys, there's we did a racials tier list earlier in the week. Let me proc the command for you. There you go. Give it a click, give it a like. It helps a lot. You get the algorithm rolling. Bet the resist gear will make raid theme. BFD gave SR due to bosses, etc. Wonder if Gnomeregan will have random nature / fire res. Yeah. Yeah, true. It's I'm hoping it's not Shadow Res personally. Ratch with the T1 on YouTube. Becoming a member. My God, I think we got like 7 subs on YouTube now. We're making it, boys. Cheers, Raj. How's the flu, mate? Okay, so that's Affley. Demo looked interesting. I mean, we're gonna put SL right in demo. SL pet resistance, which is basically master demonologist, I guess. I'm just gonna do that. What else really? Feldom, I guess. Everything else is kind of like doesn't really make that much difference. But Soul Link is just so strong that it's just like worth. Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting one to see demo. I'm not sure how to rank this one yet. That's gonna be a really tricky one to predict. Hey Therese, how has your day been? I don't even have ads on the YouTube stream, Anders. Demo isn't gonna be played unless Crazy Runes. Yeah, no, I think I agree. I think that the Affley gets too much from the runes, from the talents. It just looks too nice. If you're tanky enough as Affley anyway, why go demo, right? Master Channeler. Yeah, I have the Master Channeler on. I just misclicked Soul Siphon before. But yeah, you should be running Master Channeler and Horn. And then legs, you can run... I guess you can run either of these two, right? I think the others is kind of shitty. I guess you can run Immolate if you want. But yeah, Master Channeler is busted. Do the new runes at 40 go on other gear? Yeah, that's what we're thinking, so. Right, so that's demo. Demo is, again, a tricky one to predict because it really much relies on, you know, how the runes are going to be, how the game feels, that kind of stuff, so. Yeah. Shadowbolt crit strikes, increase shadow damage dealt. Are you going to be shadowbolting as Destro, or are you going to be using Incinerate? I'll take a look in a sec, Sinatra. I want to have a look through it first. I feel like if you're running Destro, you should be running like fire stuff, right? Because like Incinerate gives you 25% more fire damage, right? And then you run like Chaos Bolt. I mean, arguably you could run Lake of Fire, but I actually just think you still run Master Channeler just because it's so fucking broken. Like, this thing is so sick. My Warsong Gulch video did pretty good, right? Which one? But yeah, I think this is kind of spicy. Does Immolate do anything for Chaos Bolt in this version? It doesn't, right? Chaos Bolt always hits, cannot be resisted, and its knowledge causes all your fire spells to pierce through absorption. That's actually so nuts. So you'd go like mana cost here. Immolate cast time, probably. 2% chance to daze is kind of nice. I feel like you'd play this with Succubus, right? I think this with Succubus could be decent. Just throw out Seducers and like big pump of fucking damage. I actually think that could be real. I mean, you have to go devastation, right? Crit chance on searing pain. I think it depends how you play it, right? If you're playing with like the faster casts, Randy's always break your SoDs and BGs anyway. Yeah, I mean in BGs, sure. But if you're like out in the world solo queuing, right? Not solo queuing, world PvPing, then I think the seduce is pretty nice. I'm just thinking, what if you run like this shit? Like run all the fire shit and then just run meta with it. Would it be good? Problem is you have no instance. I mean, if you're running meta, right, you have the instant searing pain, but that's kind of it. And instant searing pain and the drain life. And then you just crit all the searing pains. It's like you just have to get an immolate up, basically. Or an incinerate. They're the tricky ones to cast, right? But all your other shit is instant. 41. Should be like that. So this is like if you weren't running meta, something like this. So like this is assuming you're running. I would say you run like you run succubus for this one, right? So you can get some casts off. But then if you were running the other one, the hard thing about this is getting immolate off, I guess. Even though it's like a 1.5. But you can fear if they kick immolate, so it's not too bad. Whereas with the other one, you just run meta. You don't have chaos, but you run meta. And now with this one, you don't run succubus, you run fucking, I don't even know. Bow hunter, I guess. Does it fuck with your pet? Or do you still have a pet as meta? You do, don't you? It doesn't do anything to your pet, right? So now you're playing more around instants. Okay, you can't fear, but you have the instant searing pain, which crits a hell of a lot. And then you're just looking to get random immolates off and incinerates for extra dam. And then you can throw out like common flags, shadow burns, drain lives. I definitely think you're going to see more Destro locks in general. I think Destro overall is going to be, again, it depends on how much damage they take, but you either run I feel like you either run Succubus, Chaos Bolt, or you run Fell Hunter meta. Something like that. But yeah, Shadow Fury would make Destro really good. I think Destro overall is going to be harder to pilot than Affliction. I think Affliction is relatively straightforward. It just requires like overall like good decision making in terms of like your positioning, you know, spacing well, and getting fears off. Whereas Destro is going to be a lot more about like mechanically outplaying opponents. It's going to be faster paced. You're going to be more up in people's face because you have to cast more. You can rotate shadow and fire spells more based on kicks. It's It's going to be interesting to see how detrimental the pushback is to it. I don't know if it has even much anti-pushback at all, if any. I don't think it has any, right? Only Rain of Fire, Hellfire, and Soulfire. So I think that's where this spec falls down a bit, right? You don't have any pushback protection. What is this? No, this is nothing either. So that's where I think like the succubus is kind of nice, but then how do you take out multiple opponents? It's gonna start getting hairy real quick if you don't get fear off. But yeah, Destro, big things are gonna be Conflag, Conflag, Ruin, Destructive Reach. Yeah, Death Coil not being in at 40 is also a big deal. It's kind of it. Ember Storm, I guess. I put other 10%ers in, so why not, right?
Peace, friend.
Yeah, that's the Warlock stuff. Um, that's an interesting one. What if the Living Flame just pings back at the mage? That'd be so bants. Living Flame is shit anyways. Living Flame is definitely not shit. Want to go for rogue next. Yeah. My shoulders look sick. Wait, look at the other ones. Oof. Right. What have we got next? We got mage, rogue, and hunter left. Man, this is heavy stuff, man. We've been doing this for 3 hours now. 3 hours and 10 minutes. It's mentally draining, you know? Should we do rogue? I think we do rogue. So, I actually don't know what spec rogues are going to be running. I think rogues is a tricky one because all the specs are so, like, similar, right? What are we doing? We are doing prep / research for level 40 runes prediction. Not runes, sorry. Level 40 tier list prediction stuff. Basically, what we're doing is we're looking at the talents and spells that every class gets between now and 40. So, and writing down stuff of note. So, like, big talents or, like, you know, big spells that they're getting or spell ranks that they're getting close to 40 that are going to, you know, be the pumper buttons that they're going to be pushing, you know. And then we're going to try to adjust their current tier on the tier list that we've got and see what, okay, do we think that they're going to go up or down a tier, basically. So, for example, Ellie, this is the only one I've really done so far because it's so obvious. Ellie gets an absolute world ton of shit close to 40, right? They get new lightning shield, healing wave, flame shock, chain lightning, and lightning bolt very close to 40. They get double purge, earth shock as well, searing totem at 40, wind fury totem, grounding totem, and res, right? And then they get just absolutely sick mode talents as well. Their talent specs just lovely. So I think Ellie is going to be absolutely terrifying with their current runes, right? We've smashed that straight into S tier. Yeah. So that's the example, right? And then we're going to try and do that for other classes as well. I think Shadow is a pretty good it's pretty good shape for S tier. Oh. By the way, I got to level 7 on Rogue and then I was like, no, this is literally the dumbest shit I've ever done. Leveling Rogue is like, you got to be an absolute brainlet to do this shit, man. Like, what is this? Ugh. Oh, there we go. Good. Great. Let me get on the road. I just can't. I can't level this character. I can't level this class. Doesn't fit in my brain. I think Shadow's going to be S tier. I'm going to put Shadow in S tier. The fact that they get double dispel, new shield, new rank of blast, inner fire. These are the strong things. Close to 40. And then they get very nice talents as well. They're going to give them a lot of damage. So putting Shadow in S tier. Disc. Probably going to be S tier as well. But I'm going to do healers sort of separately. I'm going to do DPS spells in one vid, and I'm going to do, or in one tier list, I'm going to do healing specs in one tier list. And keep them kind of separate. I think that would be more interesting. But yeah, this is the prep work that goes into that shit, Dan, mate. Right, what are we doing next? Rogue, right? So Rogue is getting... What do the Rogues get? I think Rogues get some good stuff. So Rogues get cheap shot at 26. What else do Rogues get? They get kick. Oh, they already got kick. That's kick rank 2. What else do they get? Disarm trap. Yeah, we don't really care about that. Kidney shot at 30. They get blind at 34. This is all big things. Where am I going? Went west. Wound poison. Although I don't know how strong wound is. Like if you look at the wound poison, reducing all healing effects used on them by 55, stacked up to 5 times. So it'll be about what 250-ish, 275. Tank it, move. Stealth level 3, a little bit less slow. I don't know if that's noteworthy enough. Wound rank 2. Question is, what are rogues going to be using for deeps? Well, I just need to get rid of my cat. Hold on. Come on, Tiny Kin. You can't just sit there and just stare into my eyes. Come on, do you want some dried? The problem with that slaughter rune is you get no mobility then, right? It's the slow that you lose. Pretty sure it's the slow that you lose. Yeah, quick draw. I think quick draw is very, very important. You have your control abilities now, so mobility isn't as important. I mean, it's mostly just like if you lose stealth, getting to the target, right? But yeah, you're right. So what are we doing first? Asa? This is probably big, right? So what spec, if any, would use Sinister Strike? Sub with Hemo uses of this. Saber is just better than Sinister. Okay. I wouldn't put it on the list. Is anyone using Expose? Backstab at 36. So that's backstab is going to be like combat / sub thing, isn't it? Rather than an Asa thing. Asa will use like mutilate more, right? Does Asa get bigger? I don't know, man. I know so little about rogues. I feel like rogues are so hard for me to Theorycraft. Because they have just 3 super versatile specs that all differ very slightly from each other. There's so much you can do. Like Rogue, I feel like Rogue is such an interesting class if you're good on it. There's so much different stuff you can do. I mean, we'll do Asa first. I mean, would you just go Muty and Venom? Probably, right? Because you have Kidney, you know? No, I'm Venom stun. Yeah, but you have Kidney, right? Why would you be a ranged stun when you have Kidney? Deadly Brew? Yeah, but you're going to have your poison on. This is definitely PvE, right? There's a chance to trigger instant poison as if instant poison were applied. There's no way you run that. You've got to run quick draw, probably. Yeah, but if you don't have crippling, they're just gonna run away from you, right? You have to be crippling people. Yeah, this is the thing. You can go for the last talent or you can mix up. This is the thing. You can do all sorts of crazy shit. Like he wouldn't even run at this, right? Deadly Brew will mean your crippling would also apply deadly. Wait, so how the fuck does this work then? When you inflict any other... Okay, I see. If your weapon does not have a poison applied, it has a chance to trigger instant poison as if... Okay. And then deadly poison. Okay, so you just run Crip and Wound. And it puts up deadly as well. I see. Gives finishing moves a 20% chance to add a combo. Do you even use Slice and Dice? I don't even know what to spec here. Probably Ruthlessness, right? And then 2 in Slice and Dice. What do you even run? Because you're not using a Vis, right? Would you just put it in Murder and fuck off Slice and Dice? Like what like you don't need a Vis, you don't need this. So what the fuck do you even put it in? Right, you have to put it in these two. Otherwise you can't go further than this tier. I mean, it's prediction tier list, right, Zah? Like, I'm not expecting it to be even 75% correct, but at least, like, for example, Priest could get no new runes. If they don't nerf current runes, Priest disc would be S tier, right? Looking at Shadow, if Shadow gets no new runes, just with the Shadow talents that come in, Shadow will be S tier, right? Unless they, like, hard nerf current runes, which I can't see them doing. Because they would have already done it. Like Ellie. If Ellie gets no new runes with the spells and talents that Ellie is getting, Ellie is going to be S tier, right? If they get new runes, it's going to be even better. It's going to be obscene, right? So you at least can identify some things that you know are going to be strong. Won't Shadow still have massive mana issues? Yeah, but they're going to be dead before you do. Unless they bring in a mana rune, right? So this is like... This is where we're coming from. Increased chance to apply poison. Surely that's like spicy as fuck. Is Seal Fate good? Like if we came down to Vigor. I feel like that's a lot of extra combos, right? You could do like one Mutilate, get a crit, and get an instant envenom. But we'd have to chuck something else in the bin. Could you not go for like damage dealt with backstab? Won't that buff your Mutilate? It will, won't it? So wouldn't you want 5 in this instead of Vigor? Is that better? And then you could get Elusiveness as well. This is the thing, right? You have so many options. Pretty seems like a safe bet. Yeah, for sure. This is the thing, Hobbob. We were looking at all 3 specs at the moment, right? We're ranking all the specs individually. We're not just picking one spec and being like, yeah, you're the best. Is there a link to the Google Doc? No. To be honest, I don't know if I'm going to do one. It's like kind of pointless in terms of like linking it, because it's just for my own sort of understanding and so I can visually see what each thing is like getting of note, so that then I can break it down and actually give it a rank. I mean, say we run Vigor for argument's sake. Fuck man, this is horrible. I mean, things like bleeds will be nice, right? Rupture, Garrett. Surely. They're like pretty decent rank. 36 and 38. Like I can give a link to it if it's like if you're desperate for it, but it's just yeah. It's not that useful. Did I do Feral already? Yeah. I mean, for Asa, what talents are there? Just for argument's sake, what does Asa get? Vigor, Seal Fate, Cold Blood, Vile Poisons. Is that how it's spelled? I don't even know. Oh, Vile like that. Okay. I mean, improved poisons as well, probably. Improved sap. That's not in this tree, right? Let's hear. What's it? Cats are popping off. I'm not even on Crusader Strike EU, man. Right. Let's do a sub build, man. I don't know. I feel like if you're cool, you're playing sub, right? Question is, do you play improved ambush? I feel like this is good. Is pre-med worth? That's the question. Or do you go like... Do you skip this, right? And go like... What do you have left? 6 points. You go like Imp Gouge, 2 dodge, improve backstab, something like that. You'd have to dodge the JK, it's me, 4% miss, but... No hemo. Don't use that other shit instead of hemo. If not, you'd have to get hemo, I guess. But... You're like backstabbing instead of hemo, right? Then you go like slaughter from the shadows. Probably just mutilate, right? Or is that dumb? Saber slash, maybe. I don't know what you would use here, because I feel like between the eyes is kind of... when you have kidney. Don't need saber slash if you're backstabbing. Yeah. So what, you just run saber, shadow slash, shadow strike, or shiv? Probably one of these two, right? Switch it up. I guess shiv, because you want to be cheap shotting with this rather than shadow striking. I feel like shadow strike is really limiting for the fact that it brings you out of stealth. Like, fair enough if it required stealth to actually use. But, does between the eyes share cooldown with kidney? Ooh, that's a good question. Cooldown shared with kidney. It just seems like they put this in just so that you'd have a stun at 25, right? And then now that you've got kidney, it's kind of like what's the fucking point? I don't know. I mean, it's definitely handy. I mean, it depends if Envenom is actually useful or not. It's like Envenom versus Between the Eyes, so... It's like, there's definitely value to it sometimes. If they're getting away. I just don't have... I don't know how good Envenom actually is. I guess you still run Between the Eyes. If the Envenom is, like, no worth. But yeah, this is kind of nice spec, right? You're the the crit chance on backstab. You got improved gauge. You got some dodge. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of rogues running something like this. Wait, there's no way Imp Sap is only 90%. Is it actually? I didn't know that. That's fucking dumb, man. That's so dumb. Sub. Prep. Prep. Deadliness, pre-med. But I don't think many people are going to be running this. Dirty Deeds is definitely good. I think sub is still going to be good. I don't know if it's going to be S tier. It depends on the damage. I might put sub in A again. It's going to be either A or S, I would say, with the prep. Combat, I'm not sure. Combat is just going to be about like raw dogging people down, I think. Like a brainlet. Rogue's going to be fine with resetting and stuff, though. Without runes in classic beta, many rogues were playing Hemo Mace build. Yeah, but I mean, the runes change everything with that, right? Like... It's a big deal. Like, if just backstabbing is going to be more damage per energy than Hemo Maces, then it's like, why run it, you know? Okay, there's some positional requirement, but if you can control them with slows and stuns, then that's calm, right? Yeah, and then it's like, if you do want to run a Hemo type build, then you just run Saber Slash, which is just stronger, point for point. Saber Slash breaks blind, yeah, true. You don't have the blind reset capability. I think this backstab spec is quite versatile, actually. You have prep, you can reset. You got imp sap, you got lower cooldown on your random shit. You got good damage. You got low energy cheap shot. You got stealth stuff. You got gouge. You got blind. What's up, Dreamy? Oh, scary game, isn't it? When we finish with this, I'll do scary game. We're nearly done. We've got Hunter and Mage to go. And then I'll rank everything. That's the scary part, dude. Everyone's going to rage at my ranking. Combat Rogue. What do we get as combat? AR. Aggression is kind of useless. Blade Flurry. Weapon spec. You take Imbranu and Healing Focus for PvP, or you don't need Imbranu. Imbranu suck. Healing Focus good. Works on penance. Are we going to record it tonight? That's the question, Dan. I don't know. Can we record it tonight? Maybe? Maybe we have time. We'll see. I'm very fried. Proved kick. This is like the biggest noob talent. Okay. That's probably it. I think combat is going to suck, man. Personally, I think combat is going to be so bad. Combat is like... Imp Sprint is up here. You can already get that now. Like, you just send the Saber Slashes as combat, right? Hunter. Shadow is going to pump, bro. Have a little faith. Mage first. Who wants Mage? Who wants Hunter? Everyone wants to see Mage. Need more votes. Like 5 votes is not enough. Do I do a poll? It looks very split. I'm going to do a poll. Mage, Hunter. Start poll. 1 minute. Get voted. Does it matter? Yes. It's actually split down the middle. Jesus. Hunter winning, actually. Unreal. 9-12 right now. Cast my vote. There's not long left. 20 seconds left. Vote in the Twitch chat, guys. It's very 50-50 right now. Do we do Mage or Hunter next? Hunter's actually pulling ahead with a flurry of last-minute votes. Oh my god, Hunter's actually soaring ahead now. 40-60 now. Okay. It's Hunter. Sorry, guys. We are going to start with MM. I mean, you got to take this, right? Lethal shots. Aim shot. I feel like aim shot isn't even that good right now. Range. Hell yeah. Arcane shot sucks, so we don't need that. Maybe a bit of mana cost. Scatter. Barrage. Reduces the stamina of targets affected by your Scorpus thing. Nah. That ain't it. That ain't it, Chief. The MM spec actually works out quite nice. I think that's a decent spec. No, Mage is going to be the last spec I do lose. You got the Imp Concussive. 20% chance on that one, by the way. That's fucking crazy. Extra range. Aim shot. Increase attack power of party members by 45. After scatter, you go for Imp Wing Clip. Yeah, that might be a good shout. Let's see how that looks. No barrage. I guess. Level 40. 4 points in Imp Wing Clip. Entrapment could be good as well. I don't know, man. I don't know if that's worth it, you know? Over 5% more send, plus 45 attack power. Can you take... No, because you need scatter, right? We're limited. We can take one, actually. But you can't get that. You either get deterrence or scatter. This is like... For BGs, you probably want True Shot, right? For wild PvP, this is probably better. For duels, this is probably better. I don't know if you get Feign on Hunter. We'll have to see. I actually think this is nice, though, for BGs, right? Like, if you're in the backline absolutely sending, you definitely want all this shit. Talents. It's going to be True Shot. True Shot Aura. Ranged Spec. Barrage. Scatter. Mortal Shots. Beast Mastery is going to be Bestial Wrath. Frenzy. Intimidation. Dude, BM's looking scary already, man. Holy shit. Spirit Bond. 10% 1% health every 10 sec. That looks kind of sucky. Increase... Oh, Bestial Discipline looks nuts. What the hell? Ferocity. And Imp Men Pet. Dude, that looks fucking terrifying. I'm putting that straight in S tier. I don't even need to see the spells yet, man. Holy shit. Let's look at the build, bro. So you'd go... What do you even go for? Is it something like this? Five out of 5 Hawk? Really? You don't even go for pet health? Okay, but now what? 3 in armor? Or 3 in health? I'm never sure about this one. Where these 3 points go. 3 in pet health. Is that better than the armor? Bite with Bestial Wrath will be critting Cloffies for 1k at 40. Yikes. That's not ideal. They need to sort pets out before 40, man. ASAP. So that spec looks kind of alright. Shame we can't get pathfinding, but it's a bit awkward to get it. Viper Sting's not really that big of a deal, right? Because you could just poison pot it. Poison resistance pot. Took the little one down to Monkey World today. I haven't been there in years. Okay, I mean, so it's gonna be survival. If you look at the survival spec, you can take 1 point off frenzy and put it in pet down. Okay. Yeah, no, for sure. We'll go at some point. Do you need 2 points in trap mastery, chat, or only 1? Wyvern, lightning reflexes seems nutty. Counter attack, sure, why not? I don't think it's that good though. I guess it's okay. Sure footed. Imp traps. No trap mastery. I need that. This is kind of a shit show up here, bro. We just don't have enough points. I don't know how often these can trigger, right? So if you need 5 out of 5 or not. Whether you just sack off some HP. You wouldn't go imp wing clip. Entrapment is a pain in the ass, that's the thing, but do you need all 5 in it? Did you ever do a what to prep for P2 list for your priest? Nope. I'll probably do some sort of leveling guide though. Is this for PvP? Yeah. Entrapment in BGs. Yeah, I guess entrapment in BGs, imp wing clip in world PvP. Isn't the worst shout. Bro, give some name for pet. You always have some unique boggins. Right. Spells. Let me log on my hunter. Say again. Boggins, mate. Do I have any NA characters? Yeah, I have a priest. The tick of the trap is every 3 seconds, so the root. Okay, 3 seconds. That's good to know. Hold on. Okay, let's see what spells Hunter's getting. Right, 26. Ooh, rapid fire. That's decent. I'd say that's worth for all. That definitely gets a dece out of 10. Frost trap. That's notable for all specs. Flare. Yep. Yep. Feign death. Uh, duh, duh, duh. Dude, does anyone ever use this? What the fuck? Wait, what's the difference between explosive trap and immolation trap? Oh, this is single target. Viper Sting, 36, yep. Aspect of the pack, I guess. Like, it's still these, right? And then male. Male gear, definitely relevant. Freezing trap rank 2. Is that relevant though? What's the what's rank 1? 10 sec, so it's 15 sec. I mean, it's kind of relevant, I feel like. Aspect of the hawk. That's more damn, right? Hunter's mark is 40. I'm just getting a lot of good stuff around 40, man. Unlucky multi, though. I don't know if I should put freezing trap on there. The arcane shot and serpent sting are not that big of a deal, I guess. That's pretty much it. But still, they're getting a lot of good stuff. I don't think they're going down any sort of tiers. MM's still going to have good damage, but it's going to depend on other things. I'm just going to put these both pretty much where they were. I don't think that they are... I don't think there's enough. You forgot the most broken talent on MM on the Excel. Wait, what did I forget? I'm actually going to put freezing trap 40. What talent did I forget? What's the other thing? Aim shot. You can already get aim shot now. We're putting things that you can't already get now on, right? New things. Aim shot level 11. Or talents. 11 talents. Yeah, I don't think there's enough evidence either way to say that the tier is going to change for Hunter. I think obviously Marksman and Survivor are a bit behind BM. They're still decent with their kit. I think that their kit is getting expanded pretty nicely. But I don't think it's enough to push it up into S. Maybe Marksman more than Survival. Survival obviously getting some more utility, which is nice. And in the hand of a good player, you'll still be able to do stuff. Will depend a lot on the runes. Marksman, however, is going to get loads more damage, single target. So that's going to be very interesting to see how that compares with the BM damage. But yeah, I think Marksman could break up into S tier. Definitely has potential for it. Again, depending on runes. Survival also has potential for it. Obviously, it's in A tier, but less so, I'd say, than Marksman. And then BM just like if pets don't get toned down, BM is just going to continue to be an absolute fucking monstrosity. With the pet just running people down. Where's my music? I haven't done rep Palantir yet. But yeah, Hunter tiers, I think they're going to stay pretty similar to what they are now, and barring any, rune changes. Last one is Mage. Shaman is done over here. I've only ranked Ellie. I'm going to do Mage and then I'll rank everything else. And we'll see how we feel. Mage is going to be an interesting one, I think. Should we start with Frost? Because I'm quite interested to see how Frost pans out. Engineering still top profession yet. 100%. I'm going to put 1 point in this. If there's like frost resistance or something, you would put more. To take some points out. What am I taking them out of? 42. Permafrost. Apparently, with how hard it is to cast, the Kona Cold damage is like insane. But you could also drop it, right? Cone is 34, so it's not too bad, but it's not great, is it? Let me log on my mage. Maybe talenting around Cone is not the play if it's... Yeah, Cone 34 and 42. Yeah, that's probably not worth it then. Would you maybe put 1 in this? No. It's not worth it. I don't think you have enough points to go into Winter's Chill yet. Glad you like it, Dreamy, mate. Good stuff. Yeah, I don't think this build is terrible, right? You got 1 point in Blizzard. You got your Permafrost. You've got most of your early stuff. You've got Shatter and Ice Shards. Frost channeling is important. This is the thing. Are you gonna go Yeah, I mean cone value is nice, right? But the fact that you get this unforged rank means you lose some value for it, right? 42 is the good rank. 203 to 223 versus 146 to 160. So it's a bit unlucky. But it's like, how would you even get points in it? You could put 1 point in it for 15%. You could do this. I think that's not bad. I'd like to put points in Winner's Hill, but it's tricky. Tricky one. Yeah, and then what runes are you gonna play? This is the other question, right? This might be quite nice. This is what everyone thought mages were gonna play, right? With Icy Veins, but maybe Living Flame is the play here. The thing is, what are you gonna drop, right? You have to drop so much utility to get this. Okay, you can put 1 point in it now. What else do you drop? Like range? The range is pretty nice. You could drop Permafrost, I suppose. Can you even drop any points in it? Yeah, you can drop 3 in it. You could drop Permafrost to go Winner's Chill. And then you could drop Elemental Precision if you don't need it. I think the Permafrost is more reliable, man. I mean, you can have 1 point in it if you want. I don't know. I like this more. Frostbolt rank is 38. So actually decent. Let's take a look. Frostbolt, Polymorph. Does the Polymorph rank really matter? Not really, right? I guess we put it on there. Spells. Frostbolt. Polymorph. Nova. The Nova. Does the Nova break less at a higher rank? Anyone know? Or is that not a thing? So there's no reason to ever use a higher rank of Nova. Fire Blast. It's always useful. Mana Jade. Mage Armor. Can't really put Cone of Cold on as a 34. It's a bit low. So yeah, Frostbolt 38. Poly is... Where am I? 40. It's just the extra time on Poly is nice, right? And Fire Blast is 38 as well. So Mage is getting alright ranks this time round. Yeah, Fire gets unluckoed. Unless you play Scorch. Level 13 Arcane Explosion. I think that's always useful as well. I'm gonna put that on. Like even when you're Frost, I think that shit's good. Rest is all good. Portal to Org. Huge. Oh, no. Yeah, new water is nice. But nothing that other people don't have access to, right? So. Right, anything else that we didn't see before? Just the mana agate. Okay. Alright, we better do talents, then, eh? Where are the talents? So, barrier, block. Shatter. Arctic Reach. Ice Shards, because you couldn't really get it before. So I'm going to include it. I think Frost is going to go up to A tier, maybe S tier, but it's a tricky one to kind of call. Again, it depends on the runes a little bit. I feel like the Frost Mage runes are still a little bit, like, shitty. I guess you have Fingers of Frost and Lance. Not sure what they want to run on the last one. I guess Living Flame is okay. Yeah, I mean, if Frost Mage gets deep, they're definitely S tier. Icy Veins gets reset by Snap. Does it actually? It does. Let's just put Icy Veins in. Just works. So, yeah. I think Frost at A tier is not unreasonable. I think Athlete definitely still S. I think Demo is going to be A tier. Destro, I just haven't seen enough to see it coming out of B tier. I just don't. I think Demo, even without runes, right, they're still gonna be annoying fuckers, right, that run around and can't die, right, no matter what, right. Imagine Demo in a BG running around with Meta and Siphon Life, all that fucking shit. Sorry, not Siphon Life, Soul Link, and the what's the fucking stupid drain thing called? It's like Drain Life Rune, Master Channeler. That shit, Meta, Soul Link. Just, it's going to be so annoying, man. Can you actually banish Meta? That's going to be fucking funny if you can. I just think it's still going to be annoying. I don't know. Maybe I'll put it in B tier for now. I haven't decided. I think they still get a truckload of good stuff. Yeah, this is the thing. Soul Link plus the drain stuff is going to be so tanky, it's unreal. Because before you kind of killed Meta with casters, right? But now the casters aren't going to do any fucking damage. Just throw out tongues everywhere. As a, like, imagine, like, it doesn't matter if you're in meta, right? If you're just tonguesing all the casters every global, it's going to be like, it's going to be like the Warlock role in TBC Arena, right? Where you're just tanky as fuck, but just like making the other team not able to do anything through like tongues and fear and all that shit. Okay, you don't have fear this time around, but you still have tongues. You still have a load of drain. You can still get in their face, be annoying. I don't know. It's just gonna be so annoyed. But yeah, I mean, you can banish Pet, right? But good luck at level 40 with 120 Shadow Res. You ain't banishing that Pet reliably, let me tell you. Death Call at 42 is painful, man. Okay, fire. Fire, fire, fire. Does Flame Strike count? I feel like Flame Strike sucks. Fireball is 36. I mean, I'm gonna put it on here. 36 and up. Scorch. Do you have any Scorch rankers? Scorch 34. Ooh. Scorch 40. So you can play Scorch Fire. That's real. So like, what would the spec be for that? You don't play Imp Fireball, right? Because you're playing to Scorch. Dude, I swear, just Scorch. The Scorch spam looks fucking real, bro. I swear. How do we get this? I actually think this is gonna be real as fuck, dude. Because you play Burnout with this shit. I mean, you could use regen as well, right? But if you're Scorch spamming it, ain't doing shit. But yeah, you could also run that. It's a slightly different take on the spec, but yeah. I want this, man. What do I need? I need to ditch 2 points. Big damage, but these fire mages will die to 100 more. True, bro. It's gonna be like Riv in Fives, man. Do you remember Riv in Fives when he was playing fire? I swear, man, we had so much fucking fun with that shit, bro. Riv going for the 5-man Dragon's Breath into Blast Wave knockoff while I'm 30% HP blinking in. I swear, man. Oh, I miss Riv, man. What can we drop 2 points from, man? Is it just this? That's fucking sad, bro. Dude, I have so much crit. Look at this shit. I'll have like 100% crit. Look at this. I have my crits cause ignite. Good. Right? 4% crit on Scorch. Then I have my crits refund 30% base mana. My Scorches make my Scorches do more dam. Then an extra 6% crit. That's 10% crit on Scorch. And then when activated, this spell causes each of your fire damage spell hits to increase your critical strike chance with fire by 10%. So that's another 10% crit on Scorch, plus Burnout, which is another 15% crit on Scorch. Give DB. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if DB comes in hot. Will I farm Warsong Gulch Exalted? Yes. Anyway, let's put this on the board. Combustion. What else have we got? Firepower. It's pretty good. Blast Wave. Critical Mass. Imp Scorch. Master of Elements. Dude, because, like, the Scorch is going to pump, bro, I swear. 133 to 159. Okay, maybe it won't pump. I don't know. It might be dead on arrival. Fire's going to stay in beta. Hard stuck. We think Master of Elements isn't even needed? Firepower too good. This one? Well, you just go 1 point. Right. Arcane. We get missiles rank at 50. At 40, sorry. That's pretty big. You might see healer mages pumping with that, dude. 40 rank. What else have we got? That's about it. Okay, let's look at the talents. I'm gonna do a YouTube video of it. Hamza the killer, mate. Magic absorption. Yeah. Suppose. Fuck man, I'm so bad at arcane. Thanks for the raid, perp, mate. We're doing the little theory crafting. You're gonna be buzzed, bro. We're just theory crafting what every spec gets in terms of talents and new runes. Not new runes, new spells near to 40. And then we're gonna try and adjust our current tier list to the new stuff that stuff's gonna get, with the assumption that there's gonna be no new runes. Obviously, there's gonna be new runes and they will change things, but we can't really predict that. So we predict what we can. Some classes, even with no new runes, are gonna be nutty just with the new talents. Brackets Ellie. Okay, let me see. Fuck, man, I have no idea. Do I get Arcane Kong? How do you get to the next tier? Guide, give me assistance. I know you know. Something like that. 2 Imp. Arcane Meditation. Pom. Arcane Mind. Arcane Instability is only 3 points. Rough. Can you Pom Pyro? No. You're 1 point short. Imp Mana Shield. Yeah, but then drop what? Pom Surge. You and your fucking Surge shit, man. This is the most meme ability, I swear. Drop meditation and get absorption. Is arcane meditation not real? Doesn't look bad actually, this spec. What do? Just send a couple of Arcane Blasts into a Pom Arcane Blast and then Arcane Surge? What if you... Can you stack Arcane Blast? How long does it actually... How long does Arcane Blast stack? For a sec. Yeah, so you just sheep the priest. Or fucking anyone. Arcane Blast. MCS. Pom Arcane Blast. Arcane Surge next global. That's gonna be problematic, dude. That's gonna kill a lot of people, bro. I'm saying it now. You're gonna have to like boot wall that shit, man. As soon as the CS lands. You could actually bind CS with Pom Blast. Just bind them together. And then you can't react to the Pom to use anything. So the only thing that you can boot wall is the Surge, and that probably is still going to kill you. If you get polyed, you're just dead. Like, like, what the fuck? Nah, the Surge needs to get fixed, man. Arcane Surge is fucking stupid. Oh. Hope Surge scales well. Fuck Surge, bro. Arcane. What talents have we got? Oh my god, Arcane Power as well. I forgot about Arcane Power. You can send that shit as well. Fuck. Arcane Power. What else is Mage getting? Arcane. Instability. Pom. Arcane Mind. Impsius. Arcane. Dude, like what? I don't even know what you're gonna do against this. Like any class just gets sheeped. You send the Arcane Power. You cast a Blast. You Pom Blast. With the Pom Blast, you also bind MCS. Because it's off global. And then you Mana Pot and you Surge. Every class in the game is dead, I swear. Maybe like not Way Shamans. Change regen to enlightened. You deal 10% more damage when you have more than 70% amount. What? Yep. Send it. Mana Gem as well. Yeah, Warlock counts it. Because Warlock is the privileged class. They get a bonus pet to do everything for them. Gnome ratio for extra HP. Dispels the sheet. Yeah, or you just resist the whole fucking burst with your fucking 2000 shit every res, like. The pet is a class? Dude, imagine like a shaman running around, right? Just spamming purge and shear on you. It's basically what they do anyway. That's what the pet does. That's a wrap. Time for horror. Let me put some ratings in. Let's see. Arcane. I think Arcane's going up to A tier, bro. Real talk. Maybe it's going to be S tier. I'm increasing it by 1 tier. Sub. I'm going to put A for all of these. Actually, I'm going to put B for combat. No, just B, not Blade Flurry. Fuck off. Asa, I think, is going to stay as A, probably. Just because it's going to have a really big dam. Sub might even go to S. I'm putting sub in S. Jesus Christ. Prot is going to stay hard stuck NA, because... whatever. I might just put Warrior Fury in B tier. Or C tier even. Prot, NA. Staying in NA. And Pala Prot is also going to be NA because I just have no fucking idea. Enhance. Still getting quite a lot of good stuff. So I'm going to keep it in A. Resto Shaman I think is coming up to A. Arms Warrior is going to be A. I might mince my words and it's S, but I think I'm going to put A for now. Holy Pala is coming up to B, but they still kind of suck. Rets are... I kind of want to put Rets down to A tier. I think Rets are going to lose some value next phase. I think Balance is going to A because of the scaling. Balance Druids, I think, are going to be... I'm not sure. Shotgun is going to be a thing. Yeah, but not this phase. I think maybe next phase and beyond. Feral is going to be A. Balance is going to be S still. I think. Because you get some really nice stuff for your Star Surge. You get good ranks, you get Travel Form, you get Innovate. You get a lot of utility. Plus you get Moonkin Form, so you're tankier. I think Balance stays S. I'm not sure whether I want to take Ret down from S to A. At 60, the ZG trinket for mage is increasing. They just need to nerf this Arcane Surge thing, man. The Arcane Surge is completely ridiculous. That needs to rework completely. I don't know what they're thinking with that thing. I think Ret is probably staying S, but only just about. It won't be as strong of an S as it is now. Anyone disagree on anything? I'll go through it again. Disc Priests, this is the current tier. It's currently S. I think it's going to stay S. Shadow currently doesn't exist because Mind Flay is worse than Wands and you can't get Shadow Form. And I think it's going to be S. Feral, I think, is currently B and it's going to go up to A. You get a lot of new tools, more damage. You get Imp Shred. Current A disc. Disc is absolutely not A tier right now. Disc is definitely still S tier. The nerf did almost nothing to us. The nerf did like 35 off my pen. Not even that, 25 off my penance sticks. I was vibing with those nerfs, mate. Okay, yeah, Feral up to A tier due to new tools and damage, tankiness. Talents aren't that great, but it just makes you able to take more stuff, be a little bit more versatile. Balanced Druids getting tankier, getting more mana, getting more stuff on their Star Surge, and new ranks of regularly used spells, close to 40, which means their damage is going to be solid outside of Star Surge as well. Resto's getting NS, more healing and Swift Mem potentially, depending on the spec they go. And they get some nice ranks. They get Innovate, they get Travel Form. And Rejuve is the 40 rank. So Resto coming up to A, depending on how much healing's on the gear. If you disagree with any of the ranks, boys, say which ones and why. And we could talk about it. If I disagree, I'll let you know. Rets staying in S tier. I think they're going to be slightly weaker than they are right now. They get a couple of new things, but nothing really massive like other specs do. So I think just compared to other specs, they're getting slightly weaker. I was close to putting them in A, honestly, Reach. All right, Zame, the 86 months. What are you going up to? Should you put Ret in A? Yeah, this is PvP. I'm gonna put Ret in A. I might be wrong. They might get some crazy runes. Currently, this is assuming no new runes, right? This is just assuming the new abilities. Anyone could get any crazy rune and it put them into S tier, right? So we can't predict that. So all we can predict is, you know, what we've got so far. I'm just gonna hold on. I'm just gonna do this because it makes it a little bit nicer. Thank you for the sub, Young Zay. What's good, bro? Balance need S plus. They are getting Convoke green. Shut the fuck up, dude. Why you got curse it? I'm just making it a bit cleaner, right? So that we can see everything. There we go. Okay. Put some class colors. Nah, this will do for now, mate. Shadow wouldn't be S. Best is A. That's copium. So yeah, prop pala. I'm not even gonna try and rank. I have no idea where that's gonna end up. It's gonna stay NA. Holy pala, I think is going up from C to B. I can't rank it higher because they just don't even have the spell magic yet. Ret's gone down from S to A. Ellie is S. Ellie getting an insane amount of stuff. Ellie probably getting the biggest buffs out of anything, just from talents and spells. Enhance. I think he's going to stay around A. This is for PvP. I've done DPS enhance here. Before I was kind of like tank enhanced. DPS enhance wasn't great. Palace can remove diseases, but not magic. Dreamy. Warriors were in B. I think they're going to be A. I think they're going to get a lot from their new stuff, but I think there's still going to be a lot of classes that cause them problems. Resto Shamans are coming up to A. They might even be S if they get Riptide. They have loads of new stuff, loads of new utility, good mana, good healing. Yeah. Double Purge. Resto Shaman's going to be decent, I think. Fury Warrior I've got in C tier. I just think there's no reason to run Fury over Arms with Mortal Strike in PvP. The damage isn't significantly higher compared to Arms, which is basically doubling your damage of Mortal Strike, right? Pro I've just got, again, as NA. Too hard to rank. Yeah, Resto Shaman's going to be scary, man. It really depends on the runes that they get. I think if they get the main thing they're lacking, right, is an instant heal. If they get Riptide, I think they're S tier. But we don't know what runes we're getting yet, right? So, well, yeah. The spec I made was just completely without even taking healing wave. I just built a chain heal spec, but you can definitely do a healing wave spec. That's gonna be decent. If Overload doesn't come back down to 30%, it's going to be absurd. Rogue, we've got Asa A tier. I think it's going to stay around there. It's just basically getting insane damage. Blind, but you're not going to be able to use blind much, but it's got cheap kidney, so that cheap kidney combined with the lockdown, combined with the damage that Asa's going to have is going to create a lot of pressure. I think Shaman tanks are probably going to stay around the same. That's why I've just kind of left it as Enha. Yeah. They don't get anything really new of note, but the stuff that they had was already pretty decent. They're getting double purge, they're getting new rank of Earthshock, Wind Fury, grounding. It's going to help them be more tanky. So yeah. I don't think it's going to be as good as the Druid flag carrier, but it won't be too far behind. It's just like, I think Shaman overall is going to be tankier than a Druid flag carrier. Druid is going to be via kiting is going to be tankier, right? The Druid is going to be way more slippy to actually stay on and actually get damage off on, whereas the Shaman is going to take the damage but absorb it, So two different styles. Rogue, I've got A, B, and S. I think sub is going to be S tier. Going to have prep, loads of damage. Backstab is going to be insane. The spec works out really nicely. They've got blind. They got a good Abyss rank at 40. You can run Envenom. You can run all sorts. You can run the range stun. You got cheap kidney, wound. Cheap shot is low energy cost. Yeah. Sub at S tier for me. And combat is B tier. I think it's just a warrior without mortal, basically. Wound poison's a little bit worse. If you're like a BM hunter main, you're going to want to play something like combat, probably. Marksman A, I think it's probably going to stay in A. It depends on how they adjust pets. If they butcher pets and give the hunter range damage more priority, similar to they have done in the recent patch, but even more, then Marksman's going to take over and come out ahead, I think. If they leave pets as they are, BM's going to be top dog, probably up there with like Ellie. And I was going to suffer with that Rockbiter rune. Are you able to run like one Rockbiter, one Wind Fury though? And then you can run Way? Or is that unreasonable? You go Rockbiter main hand. What if you go Wind Fury offhand, or is it just shit? Shit. I mean, you're just kind of like a damage bot, right? But maybe you're right. Maybe Enhance is B tier. It's similar to Combat Rogue. I feel like it's a Combat Rogue, but with a little bit more stuff. Right? I don't think it's fair to put it at the same level as Combat Rogue. Maybe I need to move Combat Rogue down a bit. Lava Lash sucks. What was the... It was something like... What did we do? We did dual wield spec. And then Lava Burst, because Lava Lash sucks. Your basically option is these two, right? Water Shield, but you then run on legs, you just go Sham Rage, right? Because you're not running the Rockbiter. So you have Sham Rage compared to what you had on live. Or on Era or whatever. You still try and push him with the Ghost Wolf, right? But you're still subject to getting kited big time. It's not good survival wise. This is the thing, right? It's kind of like Ret without a bubble. I think that the Way is kind of designed for PvP, but it's just awkward for enhanced DPS because it means you have to run Rockbiter instead of Wind Fury. Can you do Rockbiter on weapon and then Wind Fury Tome? Does that work? Or does it not? Does it like apply a weapon enchant thing? So you can't do that either. Yeah, you know what? You're right. Fair point. I think I might move combat down to C. Maybe they change the rune to Rock Biter and Wind Fury. Yeah, might be a good shout. Combat Mutilate will probably be decent if you skip Adrenaline Rush. This is why I was like a bit hesitant to rate rogues, because there's so many like weird combinations of spec you can go, right? You can go like down to fucking here in combat and then, you know, something in here. You can get some poison stuff and down to here in combat. You know, you can mix and match so much, and it makes it hard to define the specs. And then obviously you have runes now, which you can switch up so much with as well, right? You could go Muty, you can go Saber Slash, you can go Backstab with the Slaughter. You know, you can fucking run in Venom. You have so many options. So it makes it really hard to actually rank specs definitively, right? Storm Strike Kit 4 is going to be a huge disappointment unless they make a rune. Yeah, I think that they need to adjust runes for enhance quite a lot. Like making Storm Strike work for like Fire and Alien whatever would be cool. Maybe having some sort of procs. I don't even know. I think you got the dual wield spec, right? To buff Storm Strike a little bit. I don't know how much that affects it. I think I'm gonna leave combat as B. Because I think you still have a good kit. Can I share playlist? Yeah. The synergy comes from like Wrath or whatever, where the flame shock's a lot longer range. Just for some reason on classic it's 20 yards. I guess it was always 20 yards on flame shock, and then they just ported lava burst in, right? Right, so rogues kind of good. Marks A, BMS, survival A. I just think hunters are all around quite strong. They've got a good kit. Putting them any lower than A just doesn't feel right. I feel like they should be like consulting a PvE and a PvP guy for each class, personally, to point out these like random little flaws. But I guess they don't want any sort of leaks. They'd have to make people sign an NDA. Dude, there's no way demo is NA. You can't put demo in the same category as prop, bro. There's no way, bro. Soul Link is too tanky. Did they release runes before phase 1? Some. Actually, I think they released all, right? Because they did a let's play. They let people stream it at BlizzCon or whatever, so people saw all the runes. But we don't know anything about runes for next phase yet, so it's all like hypothetical, like what we're doing right now, right? We're just doing a prediction. I think Warlock Tears for me is staying about the same. Destro might move up to A, depends on how things feel. how the damage looks with the gear, how tanky they are. And then Mage. Frost I've got coming up to A. Maybe it'll be better, but I don't want to jump the gun and be like, yeah, Frost definitely S tier. I think Frost is definitely getting, was B, it's definitely getting better than it was. Arcane definitely getting better than it was. There's potentially some goofy one-shots with Arcane that might put it into S tier. That's going to be quite frustrating before they nerf it. I think very, very high chance they nerf Arcane Surge in the next build. Either before it comes out or, you know, within a week after it comes out. I think Arcane Surge will be nerfed. Yeah. If Frost gets Deep Freeze, I think it's a good chance we see it in S tier. Yeah, I agree. If Fire gets Hot Streak, I think it's definitely at least coming up to A tier. I think Fire's a little bit squishy. It's going to be very glass cannony, so I think that kind of limits it a little bit. Whereas Frost obviously has Barrier. But yeah, agree. If Frost gets Deep Freeze, it's pumping. If Fire gets Hot Streak, it's going to be very scary damage. Oh my days, Zerk! Came absolutely flying out of nowhere. The fucking Lee Sin R kicking me off the face of the earth with the 20 subs. My boy. Holy shit, bro. Where did that come from, my boy? Thank you so much, man. You fucking beast. That's very, very kind of you. Thank you, man. I think that the athlete damage gain is decent, right? But it's not massive, right? Okay, Incorruption allows you to use the corruption. It's nice. This is just drain, right? You don't really take this. Amplify is nice. This is okay. Nightfall procs are nice for some damage, but it's not reliable. Siphon Life is a little bit more damage, but it's not that much. It's mostly, again, survivability. And then here, this is where you get more damage, but it's only 10%. And then drain, right? So if you offset all this drain with the fact that you now have 30% less damage taken, right? The drain is negligible, right? So then your damage gain, right, is, okay, you have an easier time getting up corruption. This is significant, right? Having corruption, I think corruption is your best dot, right? So the corruption is the big deal, I would say, out of affliction. This is why I think at 50, Warlocks are going to absolutely fucking own. Because that at 50, you're going to be able to get Imp Corruption and Soul Link. And I think that's going to be fucking scary. It's going to be really fucking scary. The fact that you have this, right, for me, is the thing that is... Like, you don't need all the damage in the world when you have this, right? As long as you don't die, you can outlast anything. Corruption does less damage than Void Plague. Yeah, no, true. But it's the Warlock. It's the best Warlock dot, right? I guess the Master Channeler is doing more than a Corruption, true. But from your baseline, right? I'm pretty sure it does more than Agony. It does more than Immolate. Does more than Siphon Life. I think you'll still most likely see more Affliction locks, but there's definitely going to be people playing demo. There's no way that there aren't noobs playing demo just because they have a harder time dying, right? It's like a much simpler and easier spec for them to play. They can go into BGs, they can jump about, they can press, you know, some agonies. If they go meta, they can even, you know, be even more tanky, right? It's like it's gonna be a nice entry level spec that's really frustrating for everyone else. I'm really interested to see the Destro spec with meta because of the improved Searing Pain stuff, extra fire damage, crit on Ruin, you know, potentially getting the odd Immolate or Incinerate out, right? If you get an Incinerate or an Immolate out with this spec and then start spamming Searing Pains into them, it's going to be good damage. I think you actually get a good rank of Searing Pain as well. What rank Searing Pain do Warlocks get? We didn't put it on there. What rank is the Searing Pain? Let me check my Warlock. Where is my Warlock? What level do you get Searing Pain rank? Anyone know, chat? Is it really awkward one again? Oh, 42. Yeah, that's unfortunate. That would have been really nice, actually. If they got a 40 Searing Pain, I think that would have brought this... sorry, this Desperate up to, like, A, probably. But yeah, I think you're going to have, like, a meta-style Destro, and you're going to have a Chaos Bolt style Destro with the Succubus. I think that's going to be cool to see. Succubus play. Yeah. So, any runes that people are unhappy with? Corruption is rank 34 at 40, kind of meh. Yeah, that's a bit unfortunate for the Affliction as well. Predictions for Mage. I had them on BBB before. Just because, like, Healing Arcane is not so bad. Fire is probably the worst out of the bunch, but you kind of play this weird hybrid spec at the moment with Mage. Where you go, like, Living Flame, where is it? You go regen or whatever. You go Living Flame, and you go Blast, right? Or Living Bomb, potentially. And so it's like this kind of weird hybrid where you can go like Frost Runes, and it's kind of hard to rank the current mage. Is your world PvP pre-spec 529 4 out of 5 blackout? You can either go 529, you can do this. You can do this. This was my spec before, and then I adjusted it to this. This is quite cool too, because you have the low cooldown fear, or lower. You do a little bit less 1 damage, but you have basically more self peel. So this is pretty fun, this spec as well. I've been playing this a lot lately in World PvP, but you can do either. You don't see balance getting hard nerfed on Surge. Could do. This whole thing is basically assuming that current runes stay the same. We don't know what new runes are coming, so we just don't include them in the prediction, because you could predict fucking anything, you know. Then it's there's infinite things they could do, right? They could just add in a new rune for enhance that somehow makes it instantly S tier, right? So it's almost pointless to do that as a prediction. We have to wait and see on that. But what we can try and predict is how strong things get, you know, based on their breakpoints at 40, with regards to what talents people are likely to run and what spell breakpoints they have, right? And what new abilities they get. So that's kind of what we're basing this off. Barring any potential nerfs, buffs, anything like that, if that makes sense. So most likely the tier list will be very off, right? I'm not expecting all of it to be correct. Maybe some of it will be. You know, I think things like Shadow and Disc have enough in their base kit and in their current runes that barring any like hard current rune nerfs on like Penance and Pom, which, you know, I don't expect because they've only just nerfed it. So I wouldn't expect them to nerf it again. But barring anything like that, even if they got no new runes, I would expect them to be ranking pretty high just because their kit is so good, right? Things like Double Offensive Dispel, right? Absolutes like Fear. Things like Power Word, Shield Absorbing, Mortal Strike, right? These things are always going to be in demand. I think Ellie Shaman is definitely up there. What I'll probably end up doing is I'll do a tier list for DPS, and I'll do a tier list for healers. Can I share the Excel file? Yeah, I will do. Just drop me a PM. I'll probably put it in the description. Once I finish the YouTube video, I'll put it in the description of the YouTube video. But if you drop me a PM on Discord, I can hook you up. But yeah, I think Ellie, based on the fact that we don't know anything about runes, right? Assuming that runes don't throw us a wobbly, which they probably will. Yeah, I didn't even bother including Holy. Maybe I should have, but it's pointless. Like, the only way you're going to be doing anything with Holy is if they put in a rune that does something to Lightwell. Holy Pala, I think we had a C tier, and it's come up to B tier. Where is it? Yeah. This is the old tier, this is the new tier. They don't get that much amazing stuff, but they get Holy Light 38 rank, which is nice. They get Plate, they get Shadow Res Aura, they get New Bubble, and they get a few decent talents for healing, but overall their base stuff isn't that good, so they'll need a good heal from the runes to be competitive, I think. Rogue will be S. We have sub and S tier due to things like prep, good damage from backstab, nice synergy with the talents in general. Yeah. So yeah, I think the strongest things to watch out for at the moment, it's going to be BM Hunter, it's going to be Sub Rogue, it's going to be Ellie Shaman, and then depending on runes, Shadow Priest and Balance Druid. I would say that's going to be like the top 5. Mage very much depends on the runes. So this is my prediction based on not knowing the runes, right? If Frost goes ahead and gets something like Deep Freeze or something, then Frost is definitely S tier. So these are some things that are kind of like hold this space sort of thing. Have I rated Warriors? I think Warriors are going to be A tier. For me they were B tier. They're going up to A tier. If they have full gear and you know good healers behind them, it might be S tier because they'll have good uptime and they'll just be annoying as fuck. But like in things like 1v1, I think a lot of classes are going to beat them still. What about gear? Seems like we lack spell power gear. I mean, we got about 100 spell power at the moment in full gear, which is a lot for level 25. So I don't think it's going to be bad. Soul Link cannot be dispelled by dispelling the Warlock's pet. You either have to kill the pet or banish to remove SL. Yeah, you can't dispel Soul Link. Where's that coming from? Pre-Bis raid for Shadow/Disc. I think just fucking what we've got right now, honestly, mate. There's not going to be that much to spare, but we'll have to have a look. Where's my music? Might be some BOE greens that are good. It's going to be tricky because of the amount of spell power that is on the BFT gear. New followers who couldn't chat earlier. Oh yeah, I had to put on follower mode, didn't I? Let me turn it off. We had some bots invading the channel the other day. I'll turn it off. Thank you for letting me know. I'll put it on 0 minutes, but still all follow me, boys. Welcome, by the way, guys. Varlock don't need improved corruption, just hard cast corruption once, then use everlasting rune so it never falls off. Yeah, it is a good shout. Just getting that one corruption up is tricky for sure. But I do think people are going to be running SL as well. And the leg rune generally is kind of sucky. Getting the first corruption up is going to be painful as it's 2-second cast, right? But the value from having this is crazy. Can you show level 40 shadow talents? Yeah. I'm going to do a video on this as well, by the way. I mean, we can record it right now, actually. So this will be most likely the BIS shadow PvP spec for level 40. And it kind of keeps 2 things in mind. One, that this talent will reduce the resist chance from shadow resistance things. So things like shadow protection, shadow resistance, or just shadow res on gear. There is intel that this can reduce that and not only just give you extra hit, basically. So with that in mind, you'll be putting 5 points in this. If it turns out that that doesn't work, then you only need maybe 1 point in this, depending on the amount of hit on gear, because you're looking to get that 3% then. So you're going to start off with 5 in blackout. We're going to put 5 in this. 1 here, 2 here, 3 here. Thanks for interrupting the YouTube video. Appreciate it, Pumbo. Then we're going to put a few points in here. Probably get 4 here, 5 here, and 1 here, right? And So basically, the Shadow Focus takes away a little bit from the Spirit Tap and the Shadow Weaving, but we kind of play a little bit of a balancing act here, where depending on the amount of Shadow Res that most people are running around with, you're able to maybe, reduce the points in this. But I would keep 5 in this to start with, and you're still going to get relatively good Shadow Weaving uptime here, and some Spirit Taps in World PvP when you have 60% proc tones. So this is going to be the build roughly like this I'm going to run. Yeah, thanks for the Prime Bumbu. I've seen a table now, more hit combat resistance. Can we get a link, Toxiferous? No imp VE. It's just not worth it compared to the other points. Do I think they'll add SoD 2s on 60? I have no idea, man. I thought it only affected hit before Kevin as well, but I'm getting a lot of info saying that it does affect resists, so yeah. I missed some part of stream. Can you talk more about Affliction? I mean, Dark Pact is joke, but I think Affli way to go, unfortunately. I think Affli will be the best lock spec, but I think there's going to be other options. Why 5 Shadow Focus in PvP? Because apparently it reduces resistance, right? So if you say people are having around 40 resistance, right? The Paladins have a 45 Shadow Res aura, right? So this is probably the most you're going to encounter, since likely most gear next phase isn't going to have Shadow Res on from Gnomeregan. It's going to be like Nature and Fire Res probably. So if you have no pen at level 40, right? You have 3% hit. This is the cap. Then here, this is the resistance-based resists, right? This is from Shadow Res here. You have a 17% chance to get resist, right? So apparently, this can reduce this number. So if that is true, then this is very valuable. In addition, there is a pen rune that you can get from Warsong at 40 that gives you 20 pen, right? And this reduces resist down to 9%, right? So if you have this at 10, you can cover this 9. That is insane, right? And you still have the 1% core resist chance, or miss chance, rather. Hit affects resistance if the spell is binary only. Again, need sources for this sort of stuff. Any idea what priest runes we get? We had some ideas. Yeah. This is some things we might get. So Dispersion, maybe Vampiric Touch, maybe PS, maybe Master Spell, maybe Psychic Horror, maybe Shadow Fiend, right? I think these are the ones we put as most likely. Possible is something like Guardian Spirit or Void Tendrils. Maybe we get the TBC Chastise, which is like a 0.5 second global root. I think it roots somebody for 1 second on a half second global, something like that, or 2 second root on a half second global. Really, really cool ability to use. Would be a nice addition to the disc kit. We're thinking maybe they add life grip and body and soul. I don't think they will. I don't think they want to add too much mobility creep to the game. So we'll see. There's the option for spectral guys as well, but again, it's kind of complicated. So yeah, we'll see on that one. Let's have a look at this. Frostbolt is no longer a binary spell. Interesting. When is that, though? For binary spells, both spell penetration and spell hit rating can be used to overcome resistances. Dots used to be binary spells, but this was changed. The problem is, like, this is not hit. It's not hit, right? It reduces your target's chance to resist. It's different. So it's not like getting like hit on the boots. I don't know what this specifically counts as, right? Because if you look in Wrath, right, at the same talent here, now it's hit. I don't know when that wiki is from, Jar. Like, that's the thing. The Shadow Priest is only good for things like Mind Blast, Shadow Death, etc. I mean, the core thing is fear, right? The thing that you do not want to miss ever is fear. If you're talenting just for that fear to not miss, honestly, I think it's already worth. Do you think it's too early in SoD for them to introduce never seen before runes? I mean, they've already done some, right? Like homies and stuff like that, for example. I'd like them to do maybe half and half. Do like 50% runes from, existing stuff as like a safety net, and then 50% like new stuff that they're trying out. I think that would be really cool. If they have too much stuff that's new and they're trying out, they could just like balk it, They could just make a class fully just completely busted or not good at all. Because if they try something out and it doesn't work out, then it's kind of awkward. And they don't want to be completely reworking stuff mid-phase. And remember, there's no PTR or anything, so they're testing everything internally. Which means that there's likely, to be some stuff that is going to be fucked. It's like whenever they release something, there's going to be way, way, way more testing, right, than they could ever possibly do by themselves. So people find stuff. So, yes, I would like them to be creative and try new things. Absolutely, I think that's going to be really cool and fun. But they need to have some sort of a backup in terms of stuff that people can fall back to if the stuff they've tried out isn't fitting well into the meta, or bugs out with some other stuff, or there's some weird interactions, anything like that. Shadow Priest S tier for phase 2, yeah. That's what I've put it as. I think it's going to be very good. But yeah, so this I know for a fact at some point at the start of 60 Classic, and I'm not sure when they nerfed this. It was sometime about a third of the way through. But this talent was making talents like this less likely to work. And I believe they nerfed it. Again, this is all like very shadowy stuff, right? Very shady stuff. There's not a lot of good info on it. So if anyone does have info on any of this stuff based on how Shadow Focus works, maybe from the Priest Discord, anything like that, would absolutely love to see it. Otherwise, it's a lot of testing that needs doing with various abilities and different resistance levels. Disc would be good as well with PI. So you can't really get PI as Disc, right? And the reason for that is you need this. Because in SoD, Penance gets pushback from hitting into it, right? In other versions of the game, there's no pushback on Penance, so you don't lose ticks. But in SoD, if you cast a Penance and there's people hitting into it, it gets pushed back, and Martyrdom will not stop it. Martyrdom does not work with Penance for whatever reason. But this does, and it works with offensive Penance as well. So if you take this, there's a very, very low chance that Penance will get pushed back, like a few percent, in my experience. For whatever reason, it's some weirdly low percent. Some weird interaction. But as a result, you basically have to take this, otherwise your Penance gets fucked. You have to take it. So because of that, you only have exactly the number of points to get to the last thingy, right? Which means you cannot get PI. You're 2 points short. So what ends up happening is you have to run a different build. Most likely you're going to run Unbreakable Will because 1 falls off quite hard at 40. And then you'll probably run something like this. I don't know exactly what. This is kind of nice for Flash Heal. You can run like that and then some 3 points in there or something like that. This could be okay for disc. So you got the utility of Blackout, you got your healing focus, and you've got nice regen. The main thing that would have been nice to get is in a fire. It gives you about 300 armor. But yeah, I think this is mostly going to be the spec I'm gonna try out for disc. The 50 phase is going to be more friendly for disc priest, because at 50 phase you can, what can you get? You can put a few more points in. You can put like 1, 2, 3, 4, bam. And then that's required level 45. You could probably put like another 5 points in. You could put like, I don't know, 2 more in there. If you need to try and hit more fears, you could put more points in this if the resistance thing works. Right, and it's not bad. No spirit tap on disc for PvP. I think if you're going to go disc and... I don't know. I haven't tried it yet. It might be interesting to try out disc and try to go and world PvP and be aggressive with it. In which case you'll probably want some points in spirit tap. Yes. Then you can maybe go for something like this. Right. Could be cool. Or 4-on-4. Something like that. However, I think if you're going to play that aggressive disc spec, you might as well just go Shadow. I don't know. Does Spirit Tap work in BGs? Yes. I found an explanation of plus spell hit. Just click the guide link up the top in the resistance calc site. Wait, let's see. This one? Where's the shadow focus bit? Down in binary spells category. Spellcasters want 3% hit bonus, 38 spell hit rating for PvP to catch up, to reach hit cap against targets on the same level. There are some classes with talents that reduce the chances that spells hit you, e.g. Rogue's Heightened Senses, or reduce the chance for specific effects to hit you, e.g. Paladin's Unyielding Faith. So even at hit cap, you may see spells miss more than 1% of the time. Spell hit above the hit cap does not appear to help against these as of TBC Phase 2. So this has been updated at least TBC Phase 2. Spellcasters often will want to wear some spell pen gear to cancel out some of the enemy's resistance. For example, if you're a warlock mostly casting shadow spells, then getting up to 70 spell pen will be a very valuable stat to cancel out 70 shadow res provided. But binary spells with a non-damaging effect like Frostbolt, Fear, etc., spell hit above cap also helps against your enemy's resistance score. This is because for binary spells, the calculations for both spell hit and spell resistance are combined into one roll, and the game applies the hit cap after factoring in both calculations, instead of just after the hit calculation. Non-binary spells have normal hit cap. This means that if you're e.g. a Frost Mage, since most of your spells are binary, you benefit from stacking additional hit over the normal cap to counter frost resistance that everyone gets from Mark of the Wild. If you know your opponents will mostly be casting spells of a specific school, e.g. fire, you can wear some resistance gear to help mitigate spells. Typically, it's only worth to have a small to medium amount of resistance against level 70 opponents. The resistance cap is 350. In most PvP scenarios, you won't be anywhere near this cap, so you can calculate the average mitigation to 75%. So the most interesting part here is this. So basically what it's saying is when you're casting a binary spell like Fear, binary spell is basically when there isn't a damage component that gets partially resisted, right? So like if you smite someone, okay, smite's a bad example. If you mind blast someone, the mind blast can be partially resisted based on resistances, right? So it does 2 separate rolls, and then your hit does not count into the second roll. Now, the question is, what is this counting as? Is this counting as hit? We'll keep going, we'll keep reading. This was changed between TBC Phase 1 and Phase 2, as confirmed in this blue post. In Phase 2, showed 5% misses on corruption against Rogue with 2 high incenses, even with 4% extras. Okay. Apparently dots used to be binary, but aren't now. Whatever that means. I don't know when that was of, but somebody linked a wiki earlier with that included. So dots are like a special case. We'll keep reading them and see, though. But yeah, this is the most important bit. Because basically what it's saying is that instead of splitting it up like it does for non-binaries, it puts everything into one calculation. And so having the extra hit sways that calculation more than it should. So we read all this. For example, the Priest, Hunter, Paladin, Shaman buffs all provide 70 resistance against a specific element, which provides 75%. So the good thing is, this has been written around TBC time, where the talent is still in this form, rather than switching to the hit form. So there might be something interesting about it. There's something weird going on with dots. Dots don't partial properly. If the first dot tick doesn't partial, then the whole dot will hit for full. But if the first dot partials, then every roll can every tick can roll a partial. It's weird as fuck. Can't you just reapply the dot until it's perfect? Yeah, you could probably do a weak aura that tells you when to reapply a dot because it partialed. That'd be super fucking good, actually. This is all about bosses. Resistance score. If the spell passes the hit roll, then there is a second roll based on the level of the attacker and the elemental resistance stat of the target. The resistance roll applies to a spell damage as well as melee attacks that deal elemental damage. Sources of resistance stat. A character's resistance score increases the chance that they will resist spells of given spell school cast on them. You can see what your base spell school resistance stats are in the character pane. There is also holy, but almost no effects add holy resistance, so this is almost always 0. With an exception of NPCs having level-based resistance to holy, as discussed later. Interesting. For player characters, your resistance score is a total of your gear bonuses, buffs, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, okay, we know all this. Some of the buffs do not stack. Raid party buffs do not stack with each other. Most potions consumables do not stack with other buffs, but magic resistance potion is an exception and does not stack with raid/party buffs. Only the highest single effect of these will apply for each school. Okay. So basically that's saying that Shadow Prot doesn't stack with Mark, for example, or the Palace Shadow Reservoir. Resistance score roll. We're getting down to binary spells as well. I'm very curious that they haven't noted anything specific about this talent, whether this counts just straight up as hit, or what is interesting. It says apply aura modifies hit chance. So is it just straight up hit? See, modifies hit chance. So it, I mean, that says to me that it is just straight up hit. Yeah, suppression does the same thing. It's just hit, yeah. I mean, like if you look in game, right? If I have this, I have 2% from it, right? I have a boon that's giving me 3. So I should be on 5, right? But it doesn't add this. So I don't know. But this is an add-on. Do I have the other add-on? I don't think I do. It's character stats classic, right? Like if I click off the boon, 0. But I have this. Does it show school specific hit? No, true. Maybe that's why. Yeah, this is what I'm saying. The add-on is a little bit booky. I don't know if there's any good way of showing that in game. It's just, yeah, it's a weird one. Right, back to the guide. Resistance score roll. The resistance score is calculated based on target's resistance score / caster's level times 5. The resistance cap is caster's level times 5. So for a level 63 caster, the resistance cap is 315. For a level 73, it's 365. Any resistance scores higher than this cap are the same as the cap and do not provide any additional benefit. For casters below level 20, the resistance cap is always 100, i.e. the resistance score calculations are the same as if they were level 20. Resistance cap equals max caster's level, whatever. The target's resistance score is reduced by the caster's spell penetration stat, but cannot be reduced by below 0, sorry. The fraction resistance score / cap determines the chance of the spell being resisted. Spells are classified in 2 types with different tables of possible outcomes. For spells with a non-damaging effect, e.g. Frostbolt, slow effect, the spell either hits for full effect or is fully resisted. So these are called binary spells. So the reason for that is because it adds the slow, right? That's why it's binary. If there was no slow on the Frostbolt, and it would be similar to something like Mind Blast, then it would be able to partial. So here, for spells that just deal damage, e.g. Shadow Bolt, the spell can hit for 100, 75, 50, or 25% damage. So these are called non-binary spells. Other examples from boss spells include Firemaw's Flame Buffet, whatever, we don't care. Saffron's Frost Aura is a non-binary spell because it just deals damage. An elemental melee attack such as Hydros also use non-binary resistance since they just deal damage. More details on which spells are binary versus non-binary are below. Binary spells that have any non-damage effect, such as a slow, root, stun, or life drain. Examples include Fear and Frostbolt. Frostbolt both deals damage and slows, so it is binary. Binary spells only have 2 possible outcomes, either a full hit or a full resist. They have no partials. Resists of binary spells due to either the resistance score roll or the spell hit miss roll are shown in the game as resist. So this is something that gets changed in Wrath, right? Where you can see misses and resists. There's a distinction. Mindflay should be binary too, though. Yeah, it is. The slow on Mindflay makes it binary. So what we're talking about now is slightly different, but it's in the same category, yes. People weren't too much. For binary spells, the chance of the spell being fully resisted is simply a linear function of the resistance score fraction of the cap, going from 0% at 0 resistance to 75% at the resistant cap. Chance of a binary spell resist equals 75% times resistance score over caster level times 5. So here we have the graph. This is also, therefore, the average damage mitigation for a binary spell such as Frostbolt. This resistance score calculation is applied together with the level-based spell hit/miss calculation. For example, this is the important bit. If the target and caster are both level 60 with no spell hit bonus for a 96% chance to hit based on level difference, and the target is 100 resistance core for 100 divided by 60 multiplied by 5 times 75 equals 25% resist chance, 75% hit chance on the resistance roll. And then a total chance, hit chance, is 96% times 75%. So this is where they're combined, right? 72%. So the overall calculation is hit chance, which is base hit chance, right? So we, in PvP, assume this is 99, right? Due to the 3% hit that we have, right? Or no, here's the spell hit, okay. So this base hit chance is to do with levels, I'm assuming, right? So this will be 96%, right? Yeah. Multiplied by 100 minus 76, minus 75, sorry. Multiplied by resistance score over cap plus spell hit bonus. So this is where the spell hit is going to come in and affect the resistances. Let me see this guy, Drummer. I don't know if I trust, bro. This is like some 2019 Andy. Like, this is what I thought as well. But, like, this guy posting 2 lines versus this guy posting 25 pages, I'm going to trust this guy more, you know? It's just like, why, you know, there's no reason to trust the other guy more than this guy, right? This is why we're reading, to try and learn more. Because the other guy provides no reasoning, evidence, examples, nothing. Whereas this guy's breaking everything down and providing formulas and evidence and etc. So in other words, the game starts with the base hit chance based on level difference, then reduces the chance to hit based on resistance score, and then adds your spell hit bonus. So resistance score is... What was the resistance score defined as? It's just the number, right? Right, so in this calculation, it would be... Let's say at current level, right? That's TBC. It doesn't matter. The calculations are linear, right? We see this. So it continues, you know, at early levels. They didn't change the mechanic because, I mean, we can see that from Shadow Focus. The talent is doing the same thing, and they didn't adjust resistances from 60 to 70, at least not that we found. So hit chance basically equals 0.96 times 100% minus 75%. I don't know what... Why are they doing 100 minus 75? What's his pre-thingy? Both level 60 with no spell hit bonus. Ah, this is 100 resistance score, this is assuming. I don't understand where this 100 minus 75 is coming from, though. I get this bit. Resistance cap equals max of caster's level multiplied by 5, right? So it's just going to be 100. %75% is the cap of damage reduction from a resistance. So that's just always true, or what? So, like, if we assume resistance score is 40, right? If we assume 40 resistance, so it's just going to be what? 25% times... So wouldn't this should be 0.25, surely? So 40 divided by cap, which is what, 100? Wait, if we assume our level's 25, it's going to be different, isn't it? No, 25 times 5, 125. 100. So the max here, resistance cap is 100. Am I right? Or am I crazy? No, it's gonna be this one, not 100. So it's gonna be 125. So like this. Yeah, this is assuming no hit is applied yet, right? 0.96, same level in PvP. So it's like this, plus spell hit bonus. Okay, we assume 3% from our base hit, whatever from gear. Just assume, fuck it. Plus 10, right? It's 13. Where's my calculator? The 25% is wrong. I mean, isn't this going to be 0.25? Or is it this bit? Yeah, the ordering is fucky, isn't it? So you do like this. And then times it by this. And then 100 minus this. Yeah? But like the 100% bit is throwing me off, man. Isn't it just 1? Like, for the purpose of calculations. Yeah. I don't know why he's written it down like that. So it's like this. Right? I fucking misclicked. Fuck's sake. 40 divide 125. The chance to hit is 100 minus chance to resist. Yeah. So it's this bit times this bit, which is what I've done. 1 minus 0.76 times 0.96. 0.73-ish. And then plus 13, so it's 13% basically. So plus 0.13. So that gives us 86%. Yeah. So this is coming out as equals 86% chance to hit. With so it's you don't remove that much. I mean, you kind of do. But the pen is going to do a lot more. So if you didn't have... Say you just had your base hit of 0.03, right? Say it was just this, right? It would come out at 76% chance to hit if they have 40 Shadow Res at level 25. Right? Now, if you get the talent, this one, then it brings it up by another 10, right? To 86% chance to hit, which is a big deal. Now, if you have the spell pen, which is 20 pen, it takes this down, this number here, right? Goes from 40 to 20. Yeah? Because this is the shadow res that you're directly reducing. Probably should be doing this in Excel, not Notepad, but where's my Excel? We could do it in there instead. Hold on. Let me find it. Here. So the formula is basically hit chance. And then it's equals 0.96. This is in PvP, yeah? Multiplied by 1 minus 0.75 multiplied by X. I'm just going to put X for now. No, you know what? I'm going to put... what cell are we going to do? We'll just put this one. What is this? C28. I was going to forget. Multiplied by C28. Divided by 125 because it's level 25. So the formula says the max of level times 5 and 100. And then all of that plus hit. Right? So if we say hit is this cell. Okay. So right now, this is assuming no shadow res because it's trying to get our shadow res from this cell, but there's nothing, right? So it's only cares about our hit chance, right? Our original spell hit chance. Okay, so that's why it's saying 0.96, and then that's assuming no shadow res if we get hit in. So spell hit is this one, resistance. And then level. So what we can also do is we can do this 125, which is going to be not 125 anymore. It's going to be this cell times 5. Okay? It's a bit fucky now, but say we put level 25, then it works, right? If we put 40, it still works. So for level 25, if there's 40 resistance... It's a bit fucked with wait, why is it, what? If we put 0 here... Okay, now it's something wrong. This should basically say 72-ish%. Something's wrong. What have I done wrong? There we go. Okay. So, this is our hit chance when we have no pen. Right? If we get 20 pen, it makes this resistance go down to 20, right? Or actually, because it's interesting, it's more interesting. You know what? We'll still leave it at 40. So at this current level, we would have 3% hit, right? Oh, we need to divide it, don't we? Plus this, divide 100. Okay. Now it works. Right, so once we get more hit, it gives us more hit chance. Good. Now, if we get the 10 talent, it goes up to this, right? But if we get the resistance, we got what can we get at 25? We can get a rune that removes 10 only, right? I don't know if I have it on Randall. I don't have it on Randall. You know the fucking Warsong rune that removes 10, right? So this will go down to 30. So that actually does quite a lot, right? If for the pen, it's actually about 6% hit, this rune, from that trinket. That's pretty good. Pretty good. I think pets have. Do pets have 30 resistance or 40? Anyone know? Hunter pets. Anyway, so the 25 was kind of a proof of concept, right? The important thing, what we want to know for, is level 40. So put in level 40. And how much resistance are people going to have at 40? Well, priests, under priests, are going to have Shadow Prot, which is 30. Only having rank 1, but they also get 10 from being undead, right? So they'll be at 40 resistance again. And if we have our 3% base hit, plus the talent, which is 10, then it's getting our hit to up to 95. So only a 5% chance to miss, right? That's cool. Now, if we include the rune, right? The rune at level 40 reduces it by 20. So now it's taking us over 100%. The formula doesn't include the fact that it can't get rid of the last 1%, but this is basically now only this is 99% chance to hit. So what happens if we don't run any hit on gear? It's pretty good still. You know, 1% hit on gear. As long as you run the rune, you basically don't need any other hit other than the talent. This is considering priest, right? Which is 40. Now, paladin has the other shadow res thing is shadow res aura is 45. They get rank 2, right? So 45, assuming no rune, you'll have about 10% chance to miss them, even with your 10% hit talent. Say you don't have the hit talent, you just have regular hit, you're going to resist 18% of fears on this guy. So we assume the talent, very nice. Now, this is where we want the rune, takes us down to 25, and actually perfectly hits on the 1. Which will mean 1% chance to miss. This is 100% chance to hit, but there's 1% you can't get rid of, so 1% chance to miss. TLDR, this talent is pretty good. You probably want this 5 out of 5, no matter what for next phase. Again, this is all assuming no shadow res gear. If we assume, like, if somehow palas have, like, I don't know, or priests have 20 shadow res, then we're going to be looking at like around 60 that we can bring down to 40. So this is going to be around a 5% miss chance. So TLDR, the pen rune is very good. Better than you think. But you still want the 10 out of 10. And I mean, 3% hit from Boon is great. I'm sure we'll have that in the next phase. However, having it on the gear from, for example, boots, maybe some other items is not going to hurt. But you won't need more than 3% if there's no shadow res on gear. If there's no shadow res on gear, the most you'll need is 3%. if there's, yeah, because you can dispel priest, shadow prot aura. You know, they'll maybe get 10 as an undead priest if they don't have shadow prot on. Your rune will remove that to 0. Same thing for Pala. Pala will have about a 45 from the shadow res aura. You can remove that down to 25. So this is the case. So Horde get it a little bit rougher, I would say. But I mean, you're not going to get more than, you know, 3-4% hit on gear, I would say, next phase. So yeah, the TLDR, get shadow focus, it's good. So yeah, to go for it again, really quickly this little bit, because it's actually quite simple when we break it down. I could probably make a short out of it. For anyone that just joined, basically, for binary spells, which are things like fear, things like frostbolt, things that apply a debuff and aren't just raw damage, they have their hit roll and their resistance roll, which comes from shadow res, frost res, whatever. They're combined into one roll. So as a result of that, talents like Shadow Focus, which apply more hit to your character, have a chance or are able to reduce the resist chance due to resistances of that roll. So something like Fear can be made to hit more often on somebody with, say, 40 Shadow Res using the additional hit from this, or just hit on gear. And the calculation from that is here, which is basically just saying that your resistance score, which is the resistance amount on your gear, divided by the resistance cap, which is a scaling thing, which is a maximum function of your caster's level multiplied by 5 or 100. So everything in SoD is going to be this number, right? At the moment we're 25, so this will be 125. So we're just saying, okay, say we've got 40 res, it's just 40 res, right? Divided by 125, multiplied by this number, right? Which is just 0.75. Then you subtract that from 100, and then you multiply it by your base hit chance. In PvP, that's 0.96. And then you add in your spell hit bonus, which is going to be this number here, plus whatever hits on gear. And that is going to give you your final hit amount, which is going to benefit you on Fear greatly by about 10%. All right, does that make sense? TLDR, get 5 points in Shadow Focus. Okay, so let's read a little bit more, maybe. Do we want to read more? Do we care? Do we keep going with what we were doing? Do we go play some scary game? Read more? Okay, let's read more. So this is basically what I've just been showing on the stream here. It's just doing his own example, I think. Yeah. This means that for binary spells, spell hit above cap also helps against your enemy's resistance score, unlike non-binary spells where hit bonus and resistance score are entirely separate. So this is what we initially thought earlier today. So the fact that they're rolled into one calculation is super interesting. This means that if you're, e.g. a Frost Mage, since most of your spells are binary, you can benefit from stacking additional hit. Okay, cool. Against level 70 targets, 1% spell hit is about the same value as 4.67 spell pen. Or 1 spell pen is about the same as 2.7 hit rating. Of course, any spell pen above the target's resistance is useless. This value comparison is true for both binary and non-binary spells, but for binary spells, for non-binary spells, spell hit only gives value up to the hit cap. Non-binary spells are spells that only deal damage, such as Shadowbolt, Fireball, or Corruption. Dot effects are non-binary as well. If they only deal damage. Elemental melees also use the same non-binary resistance mechanics, since they just deal damage. Okay, so there's your answer on dots. Dots are non-binary. These can be partially resisted, meaning they deal 100%, 75%, 50%, or 25% of their full damage. This shows in the combat log as your spell hits target for X were resisted. This was tested in classic, e.g. see Tom Allen's testing in Major Discord, which finds that against a target with frost-resistant spell hit above the cap can reduce the chance to miss/resist down to 1% for Frostbolt, which is a binary spell. This is also consistent with how Blizzard's original WoW guide describes the game calculates the roll. The formula is based on very recent work from 12 Volts Test and PVC. We still aren't fully sure that this is how the calculation is done. The data clearly fits this formula when spell hit is over the normal hit cap, but it's not clear whether the same formula also holds when spell hit is below the normal spell hit cap. It's also possible that below the normal hit cap, the formula is reversed in that it adds bonus hit first, then multiplies by the resistance score factor, but that would be quite odd. For non-binary spells, the game first rolls spell hit/miss based on the level difference and spell hit bonus. So this is what we were talking about earlier, right? It rolls the hit, then the resist. If it hits, the game then rolls to determine how much of the spell's damage is partially resisted based on the resistance score. The resistance score can never... the resistance score roll never causes a full 100% resist. The spell will always deal at least 25% damage. The only case where the spell deals no damage is when it misses from the spell hit. Okay, so if it's a non-binary spell, you can't get a full resist. So like a Mind Blast will never get a full resist unless it's a hit-based resist. So 1% chance, essentially, if you have your 3% hit. This is the reason that dots are not fully resisting. The dot will apply because it's a non-binary spell. There is always a 1% chance inherently in the game for a resist. You cannot get rid of it. In PvP, against the same level, there is a 4% chance to miss, but with 3% hit, you can remove 3 of those percent. There's 1% that remains. It doesn't matter if you get more hit, it will remain. The only case where the spell deals no damage is when it misses from a spell hit/miss roll. Okay, so this is why when Zico was doing his testing, he would not get full resists on dots. Right? Now, the weird way that dots are partialing is interesting. Maybe we'll find more about that in a minute. The fraction resistance score /caster's level times 5 determines the chances of the spell being resisted for different amounts of damage. Essentially, there is a partial resist table of the different possible fractions of damage that can be resisted. And the chance of each possibility depends on the resistance score as a fraction of the cap. This is a bit like how melee attack /defense table has different chances for a regular hit, dodge, parry, crushing, etc. Depending on the stats, although it's simpler in that everything is determined by the resistance stat, and spell misses and crits are calculated on completely separate rolls. Average mitigation for non-binary spells. The chances of a different resist depends on the resist, just like for binary spells, but the average amount of damage resisted does not follow the same pattern. As for binary spells, instead, it is linear in 2 pieces as shown here. So binary is linear, non-binary is not quite. You see there's a little bit, it's a bit skew. From 0 to up to 2/3 of the resistance cap, e.g. 210 out of 315 against the level 63, the average mitigation increases linear from 0 to 50%, which is the same as for binary spells. From 2/3 of the resistance cap up to cap, the slope of the line, the amount of mitigation added by each additional point of resistance is 25% less. The average mitigation increases linear from 50 to about 69%. This can be written here. We can express both cases like average mitigation is 75% times resistance score divided by cap minus 3/16 times max of this function. The average resist formulas are also a close approximation, but not quite exact. mostly because the probabilities of different partial resists appear to be rounded to a whole number percentage points. However, the average resistance formula should be accurate to within a fraction of 1%. For fights with spells dealing damage in a large number of small chunks like Saffron's Frost Aura, the average mitigation is pretty much all you need to look at. However, when each spell deals a substantial chunk of damage, the fact that the amount of damage you take can range from 25 to 100% means that the spell is extremely bursty, unlike how melee damage mitigation works with armor. So for fights like Twin Emps, for example, the average mitigation is still a relevant factor, but it also tends to be more important to look at the probabilities of getting higher damage outcomes. Partial resist tables. This is the interesting part. As an example, if your resistance score is 60% of the cap, then your average resistance is 45%, and there's a really good chance of a 50% resist. There's also a fairly good chance of a 25% or a 75% resist, and a much smaller chance of a 0% resist. I want to know about dots. To give another example with specific numbers, for a resistance score equal to 20% of the cap, so 60 out of 300 against the level 60. This is 60 Shadow Res at level 60, basically, is what it's saying. The average resistance is 15%. And the partial resist table is this: 0% resist 54% of the time, 25% resist 33% of the time, 50% resist 11% of the time, and 75% resist only 2% of the time. If you compute the weighted average, it adds up to 15.25%, which is very close to the 50% average resistance from our formula. It's believed that the figures do not match exactly because the chances of a partial resist are rounded. Okay, we already read about that. I wonder if there's like an optimal point. Where like the combined resistance adds up to the highest number. Would it just be here? I'm gonna add them together in my head. Would this be the highest number? Yeah, they should all just add up. But here, this is where you, by the looks of it, are losing value. 33%. The probabilities of each partial resist are piecewise linear as a function of resistance score / cap in 3 segments from 0, blah, blah, blah. Where's more info? This is all just examples. Which we don't need more of, let's be honest. Mitigation value per point of resistance. This is kind of what I was talking about, right? If there's like an an optimal point or if it's like just linear. The main takeaway here is just that hit chance and resistance are separate when it comes to non-binaries. Going over hit cap has no effect on reducing partials, true. But having a talent like this is very good for making sure your fear, and for example, doesn't resist. As Shadow, your non-binaries are going to be like Mind Blast, going to be and your dots basically, whereas your fear and Mind Flay are binary. Where's my music? What's the time? I need to do scary game soon. We need to finish up with this. It's here we go. Resist for dots. Quickly read the dots. Spells like Mind Flay, Siphon Life, and Saffron's Life Drain are dot effects with a non-damaging effect. Slow life drain. Therefore, the initial landing of the spell uses a normal binary resist roll. So this is actually super OP for Warlocks in SoD, because their drain life dot is most likely considered binary, which means you'll always hit it if you take the hit shit, or you have a better chance of hitting it. If the spell lands, then the debuff is applied and the dot ticks do not have any further resist roll. They're always 100% damage, right? So this is like Siphon Life, the life drain dot, all this shit. Doesn't have any resist checks on the dots. Spells like Fireball, Immolate, Corruption, Shadow, and Pain only deal damage so they use non-binary. First, either the spell hits or misses based on a spell hit roll. If it hits, the dot debuff is applied. This is not affected by resistance score, so the hit cap there is only a 1% chance of a miss. This is why the dots are always applied, even though you have loads of shadowers. Then each tick of damage makes a non-binary partial resist roll based on resistance score. This includes the dot ticks as well as the initial damage for spells like Fireball. Each tick makes its own independent roll, e.g. the first tick can be 25% resisted and the second tick can be 0% resisted. Therefore, overall mitigation is the same as for regular non-dot spells. Prior to TBC, non-binary dots behave differently depending on whether they have an initial direct damage component. Spells like Fireball and Immolate deal initial damage and apply a dot effect. These behave normally, the same as described above in TBC. The initial damage and every tick make a non-binary partial result normal. Dot spells with no initial direct damage component, like Corruption and Shadow of Pain, have a special behavior in Vanilla. This was in both original WoW and Vanilla Classic. They only use 1 out of 10 of the target's resistance score. So this is the shit that Z was talking about. This is what fucked Z. The initial landing of the spell only makes a spell hit/miss roll based on level difference. It does not do a resistance roll. If it misses, dot is not applied. Otherwise, dot is applied. Okay, normal. Then each dot tick makes a non-binary partial resist roll, but only using 1 out of 10 of the target's resistance score, meaning that the ticks are very rarely resisted even with high resistance. For example, with 200 resistance against a level 60 caster, which is 2/3 of the resistance cap, the average resistance for a normal spell is 50%, but each dot tick is calculated with a non-binary resist roll based on 200 divided by 10, which is 20 resistance, which means 5% average resistance for each dot. This means that pure dots are overall mitigated much less than other types of spells. So there you go. That's why. This behavior was changed in TBC according to Blizzard Blue Post. Previously, I wonder if this is applying... I wonder if this is giving us vanilla dots, because that's how it was working on Era, right? So it should work like that on SoDs as well, right? Yeah, this is for PvE as well. Previously, dots in general were 1/10 as likely to be resisted as normal spells. That has been fixed. They're now as likely to be resisted as other spells. We know that the 1/10 resistance didn't apply to all dots. It applied to dots like Corruption, but not dots like Fireball. Certain boss damage over time effects like Saffron's Frost Aura implemented in the game as a separate spell cast every X seconds are not as a dot tick. This can be seen in the combat logs where it shows as a spell hit and not a dot tick. This means they are subject to spell mischance and normal resist mechanics. Change to dot tick resist snapshotting in Vanilla Classic Phase 6. For dot ticks prior to Phase 6, one single partial resist roll was unintentionally used for all ticks, meaning e.g. if the first tick was 25% resisted, all ticks were. In Phase 6 patch, patch, Blizzard changed this behavior in a bug fix, so that each tick uses a separate partial resist roll. In the patch notes, resolved an issue that caused partial resists to damage over time effects to snapshot for the entire duration of the dot effect. The average result should be the same for a given dot, but previously there could be a benefit in some classes reapplying a dot if you saw its ticks were being partially resisted. Now there is no benefit. I really wonder if this is still fucked. So basically, this is what we were saying earlier, where if you apply a dot and it didn't partial, then it was just full for the whole duration, right? Whereas, you know, if it does partial, you see, okay, the first tick partials, you're weaker of fucking sounds the alarms, you reapply the dot. Now, Zico was claiming that this behavior has not been resolved. They maybe rolled back the change or something. Yeah. Now, this is probably quite easy to test. I don't know if somebody wants to come and test it now, really quickly. But it sounds like this has not been resolved. Dots only use 1/10 of the target's resistance anyways. Yeah, that's what we just went through. NPC level. Okay, so this moves on to something else now. Nah, it's okay. We'll do it. We'll do it in a bit. I'm gonna do scary game. I think we've been on this for many hours now. Can you reach the resistance cap in SoD? No, you get... I mean, I'm at like 40 on my undead. I think that's pretty much the highest you can get. Maybe with like a magic res pot, you can get to like 65, I think. How much is magic res pot? Is it 50, actually?
How may I aid you?
25, yes. So you can get probably like 65, I'd say. Undead, 10. 10 from neck. 10 from trinket. 5 from wand. And there was another 5 from somewhere else. I can't remember where. Maybe you can get the Murloc as well for another 10. 75. Warlocks can get more? What do you have as a basis Warlock? Offhand, yes. Correct. Hard to test whether the claim that it's linear holds true. I mean, in general, it's hard to test these things. We can probably spend some time and give it a go. Not tonight, but maybe tomorrow. Just, if nothing else, to figure out if this is legitimately reducing the number of resists, right? On something like fear. The annoying thing with fear is it's got a cooldown, right? Maybe we can test it with like Mind Flay instead. That's probably the best bet. Because that's considered partial, is considered binary as well, right? So yeah. That's a big takeaway. Shadow Focus is very worth getting. And in addition to that, the Warson Gulch trinket is very worth. You can test it with fear as well. Yeah. We can do it tomorrow. With my, I got 40 res on my Undead Priest. We can do a test with 40 res. And I mean, is fear considered an affliction spell? Like, will the affliction hit talent work on it? It is? Okay, so you can just show up, cast a load of fears on me with your affliction talent, see how many resists you get, and then spec out of it and try again. Is there anything that's arguably a better binary? It's honestly, it's probably better to do it with Mind Flay. Mind Flay on your resistance. Because the fear is going to DR and be really annoying and take ages. Whereas we can just keep recasting Mind Flay and get a bigger sample size in a shorter time. Which add-on do you see the numbers on your spell here? It's Stat Weights Classic. Can I have VIP for finding source? Dude, it was right under my nose the whole time. But you can. It's a solid VIP for you, brother. What's the plan for leveling 25 to 40? I don't know yet. Also, a weak aura to track partial resist dots would be huge. Imagine an everlasting affliction partially resisted corruption. Dude, that would be such a sick weak aura. We need to... Okay, tomorrow we need to test two things. Fuck, I need to write this down. Test 1. Does Shadow Focus work on binary spells? 2. Are dots still not rolling partials after first tick? 3. If 2 is true, then get Simp to make me a... All right. That's for me tomorrow. I won't forget. We're going to figure this shit out tomorrow. Yeah, that's what you get at this stream, guys. You come for the PvP and you stay for the 4-hour fucking paper on resistances. Non-binary as well. 2. Does shadow focus work on non-binary spells? Okay. Stay for the math. 3. Are dots still not rolling partials after first tick? Okay. Alright. Alright. It's time for some horror. But yeah, no, that would be a sick week horror. Sorry. Okay. I mean, this was like a 6-hour theory crafting marathon, boys. So yeah, tier list done. Well, I say done. It's in okay shape. We'll go through it a little bit more tomorrow, but for now we're gonna do scary game. Could you show the tier list? Okay, quickly showing the tier list. Really quickly. So we got disc, current tier S, 40 prediction, also S. Shadow, current prediction NA, 40 prediction S. Feral B is current, and we're going to predict A. Balance is S and remains S. Resto is going from B to A. Ret is going from S to A. Holy from C to B. Prot is NA. Ellie is going from A to S. Enhance is going from A to B. Honestly, this is a bit of a weird one because I'm currently ranking Enhance as like tank Enhance. And then here I've ranked damage Enhance. So I think tank Enhance might be pretty decent next patch as well, but it's kind of specific. So yeah. Arms is going from B to A. Maybe with full gear and pocket healers, it's going to be a bit higher. They might be really annoying. We'll have to wait and see. Fury going from NA to C. You just might as well be arms, honestly. Prot is just NA. Rogue, Asa, A. Staying A. Just really high damage overall, but not as much potential to make plays and stuff like that. But the damage is going to be scary. Combat going from A to B. Again, it's just like a warrior, basically, but just a bit worse in terms of mobility. Sub is going from A to S. Huge kit. Going to be really strong overall. Got both their stuns. They got blind. They got wound. They got good damage from Invis. They got backstab. They're going to be overall bangers. Marksman is staying around A. Again, this kind of depends on how they change pet damage and hunter damage in general, but we don't really know, so we're just going to leave it as A. They're getting some nice good stuff. So no reason to drop them off a little bit, but I don't think they're getting enough to warrant putting them in S. Maybe I'm wrong. We'll have to see. BM is getting loads of crazy shit. Definitely staying in S tier. I think even if they nerf the pet damage a little bit, it's probably going to stay in S tier as well. Just going to be really oppressive overall. Survival, A. Again, staying in A. maybe going from B to A. I don't see that many survivals at the moment, but people do say that they are quite decent. But you are getting a lot of good shit and some nice talents to boot. So we'll have to wait and see on that one. I don't want to overestimate anything into S unless I'm convinced. New runes could change everything. Absolutely. This is assuming no new runes since we don't know anything. So we're just going off what we do know, which is the spells that they're getting and the talents that they're getting. Destro, again, getting a load of good stuff, but they have to cast quite a lot. So it could be kind of awkward. So I'm going to leave it as B for now. We'll have to wait and see what they get and how it pans out. But reluctant to move this much higher due to the reliance on casting. Athlete, going to be pretty strong. Going to have even more damage, even more drain. Going to be very oppressive overall. And then with the addition of Fell Hunter as well, basically, which is just a pain in the ass. High resistance, spell lock, devour. Very, very strong, I think. And demo, which basically wasn't a thing. You couldn't really spec into the demo talents because you can get anything good. But you're now going to be able to get Soul Link. Be a little bit more tanky as a result. A lot more tanky as a result. Especially with all your drain. You're going to be very oppressive. You're basically going to be Nunu from League of Legends. Just an annoying fucker. Not doing that much offensively, but also making it so that other people can't do anything either. And just being a tanky as fuck. And then lastly, we've got Mage going from B to A in Frost. If they get Deep Freeze or some other, banger runes, then they could very easily be S tier, I think. Fire, again, also could go slightly higher, but at the moment we've got them in B tier just because they're quite squishy. But they do get 40 Scorch, which is going to be a banger. And then Arcane is going to get a lot of burst with Arcane Power and Pom. So be very, very scared of the Arcane Blast into Pom, Arcane Blast, Arcane Surge one shot in Imp CS. It's going to be it's not going to be a joke. Real talk. It's going to be no joke. So be worried. Arcane Mages are going to start popping up, no doubt about it. And my prediction is that Arcane Surge either is in a nerfed form on 40 launch, or they nerf it within a week, because these one-shots are going to be out of control. Like, absolutely absurd. Well, that was Smuga. How's it going, mate? So that's our tier list so far. Yeah. Missile Barrage Rune. Yeah, so basically the idea of this, Big Diesel, is we're kind of just doing like a little prediction video. I just thought it would be interesting to sort of get a rough prediction of where I think things are going to be, and then post runes coming out, seeing where things actually are, so we can compare. But yeah, I will drop the link to this spreadsheet. If anyone just messaged me and specifically wants it, I can. Otherwise, it's going to be in the description of the YouTube video. Okay. That is the speedrun talking about the tier list. Now I'm going to load up oh man, I really don't want to play this game. But we do. I see prices of Arcane Res Gear going to the moon. Everyone's just gonna be running full Arcane greens, man. Okay. Dude, what the fuck is this warning, by the way? What? My stats aren't looking too good, are they? That's true. I'm not. I just don't want to play this game. It's too bright. It's so bright. It's better, isn't it? If I turn this one off, is that still bright, or is it okay? I need to get like some dark mode shit on my screen. Maybe that's better. How does it look, lads? Lids. Shit, man. Only 0 demons banished. Oh yeah, we did Santa, didn't we? Crap. What were we supposed to do? We meant to put it in the PC. Computer locked. Santa Claus 0 of 3. I swear I did him already. What? It didn't save? You joking? Fuck you, Santa Claus. Can't even remember the binds, man. I gotta put it in the PC, right? Oh man, why do I play these games? Okay, submitted. Fucking game, man. So I mean, I'm not too insane yet. What, you can't hold any? Oh man, what am I holding that's too big? I'm sure I did this one already, man. Jeez. I already embalmed this fucker. What? You joking me, man? I just want a cheeseburger.